Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Teretonga Raceway in the deep south, all the way down here in Invercargill. And as you can see on our pictures here from Teretonga this morning, we got a little bit of rain, overcast, little or no wind, but certainly very, very cool, 10, 11 degrees. The forecast probably 3 to 4 days ago wasn't actually too bad, looking at it from before I flew in from Brisbane. So it's actually down at 8.5 degrees out here at the moment. Very, very humid, hence the rain. So yesterday, talking to the teams, I flew in from Brisbane last night. Jamie McCarthy, by the way. Team said yesterday was absolutely stunning out here yesterday. So one thing I can remember from Invercargill and Teretonga from days gone by with the NZV8s and the Toyota Racing Series, amongst other things that we've done down this part of the world over many, many years with New Zealand Motorsport. Hang around for 10 minutes, the weather's guaranteed to change. And we've had every weather condition known to man here at Teretonga. We've had thunder and lightning. I think we actually had a small tornado over the back of the trees, over the back of the circuit one year. We've had hail, we've had water, lots of water, as our first category out on track in the water is our qualifying session for classes 4 and 5. So for their 1 hour coming up a little bit later on in this morning. So we've had every sort of bit of weather known to man. The last time I was here was 10 years ago, 2015. With the Toyota Racing Series, the V8 Super Tourers, the Super Trucks. And a couple of things stand out in my mind from that trip. Well, actually, probably three things. We were ankle deep in water out there in the pit area with the Super Tourer paddock and the TRS. Dave West attempted to get into pit lane the hard way off the front straight and went through the Armco with his Super Truck, the Riordan West Freightliner. The front bumper ended up on the front of the dummy grid, and I've still got the photos on my phone from one of the biggest accidents I've ever seen in New Zealand motorsport. And the other thing, the third and final thing, was having memories of that same year, was a fire truck down on pit lane, pumping out pit lane. There was that much water in pit lane. So not going to quite have it that bad today. I think mid-morning-ish, 11 a.m., it was sort of looking at improving weather-wise. It's certainly not temperature-wise going to get to anything stellar, but in saying that, at the previous round in Christchurch at Ruapuna 2 weeks ago, I don't think the air temp actually got above 11 degrees all day. It was a beautiful, beautiful sunny day. Had a little bit of cloud cover come in late in the afternoon, but certainly guaranteed off the back of Ruapuna. We saw some fantastic racing across all three categories, the 2 1 hours for classes 4 and 5, the 1 hour for the balance of the classes, and then of course the 3 hour for the GT class 1s, etc., for those doing the 3 hour part of the South Island Endurance Series, and of course the New Zealand Endurance Series over the 6 rounds, 3 rounds in the North Island at Taupo Motorsport Park, 2 at Hampton Downs. That was a few months ago now. And then into the second half of the championship here in the South Island, starting in Christchurch 2 weeks ago, here at Teretonga this weekend, and then on to Highlands Motorsport Park in Cromwell on the 18th of October. That's the 6th and final round of the New Zealand Series, the 3rd and final round of the South Island Series. So Dan Kelly looking to, well, basically continue on from his dominance in Christchurch. He's comfortably quickest at the moment in difficult conditions, because they would have practiced here yesterday in dry conditions. I think it was a little bit damp, I think, early on yesterday morning, but certainly the weather came right and improved throughout the day. The majority of the day was dry track running. So Dan Kelly's quickest at the moment at a 1:11.025 from the 353 BMW 318 Ti of Paul Booth and David Booth. Then we go back to the 100 of Chris Wall. So Chris is just doing the 1 hour here this weekend in Christchurch. He did the 3 hour as well. There is Chris on screen there in the Prestige Honda Civic. Very, very quick little car running in Class 5. So with Classes 4 and 5, Class 4, 2 litre to 3.5 litre. So that'll be the Dan Kelly BMW. in that class, and Class 5 up to 2 litre. So the majority of that Class 5 will be the Honda Civic runners and the little MX-5 of Nico Scholes, who's running a K-Series Honda engine in that car. So I think these are 15-minute sessions. Still got just over 9 minutes left to go in this session. So Wall's just gone quickest at a 10.7 in the little Honda Civic, front-wheel drive. Just trying to get my head around this place. It's one of the shorter tracks that we do have in New Zealand motorsport, 2.62 kilometres. Teretonga Park Raceway was first opened in 1957. Teretonga meaning swift south in Maori, 2.62 kilometres. We're about 8 kilometres southwest of Invercargill, home of the Southland Sports Car Club. And now this is one thing that disappoints me measurably. Now, when we were last here and in years previous to that, we were always very, very proud to say that Teretonga was the southernmost motor racing circuit in the world. Well, since I've been living in Australia, that has changed. As of 2023, it's now been succeeded by the Autodromo Enrique Frié in Argentina, Patagonia. And for those folks that know the Top Gear boys, the Patagonians aren't huge fans of Mr. Clarkson and co, if you've watched the Top Gear series in the past. However, there's nothing taking away from Teretonga Park as being the oldest purpose-built circuit racing venue in New Zealand. So it may have lost the mantle as the southernmost motor racing circuit in the world, but it is the longest established one here in New Zealand. So Dan Kelly's gone back to the top. So if anything, that rain has just lightened up from earlier on this morning, driving out to the track about an hour ago. It was actually quite heavy coming out to the track through the city. Picked the boys up at the Ascot. I've got Nathan Pilcher helping me today with commentary. He's going to be down on pit lane for probably the second of the 1 hours and the 3 hour, helping me.
Good morning, Jamie. How are you?
I thought I heard you open there, Nathan. Is it lightening up down there a little bit, mate? Welcome, by the way.
Yeah, welcome to the sunny Invercargill. Mate, yesterday was a stellar bluebird day. Everyone was enjoying it, and we turn up today and it's wet. Look, from down in pit lane, it's not raining at the moment. It is getting a little bit lighter heading towards the south, so hopefully the rain comes right, and that's the last of it for today.
So there's little or no wind, so which direction is it coming from, Nathan?
Well, the clouds would look like they're sort of moving towards the north, so we just look towards the brighter side and just see if it gets closer to us.
Well, I'm no weather forecaster, and I'm certainly not a local, but what I didn't know, mate, is you actually lived here for 6 or 7 years.
Sure did, mate. This is what I affectionately call my second home. I've done many laps around Teretonga, and I tell you what, if you don't like the weather here, just wait 10 minutes, because generally it'll change.
Yeah, I've already said that. As the 77's just gone off, is that the top end of the circuit, I think? Yeah, so look, anything major to report from yesterday, mate? I know I heard a whisper this morning that the Wolfbrook boys actually got towed in off the back of the last 3 hour practice session last night.
Yeah, right at the very end of the session, they seemed to stop just out the back of the circuit there, and yeah, having a bit of a chat to the team and stuff, and they were doing a fuel empty run, which was great because that's the only thing that really got them home at Ruapuna, because they were running on fumes, and that was it.
Well, I can tell you, it had less than 3 litres in the tank at Ruapuna. And talking to Jim Hewlett and the James Marshall Motorsport boys, Hayden was engineering the car. Hayden wasn't being interviewed at one stage. I think there was a bit of stress in the camp going on, but it wouldn't have done another lap with how much fuel they had left on board. So they were actually out there yesterday afternoon trialling that, and they cut it a little bit tight.
Yeah, and that is just that race at Ruapuna in the 3 hour for the Wolfbrook team was literally a hero or zero moment, and they came out as heroes.
Well, it wouldn't have done another lap. So just looking at the qualifying times here is where I think it's still Dan Kelly at the top of the time charts at the moment. We've got the 101 of Duncan Cundall-Curry on screen, the BMW N1 running in Class 4. My timing has disappeared. Let me just jump off the mic quickly for a sec. Just jumped out of commentary there for a sec. I've just had the timing monitor disappear, but we've got it back up on the screen with our live stream coverage here this weekend from Teretonga Park. So on the Pits TV YouTube channel, the Pits TV Facebook page, and the South Island Endurance Series Facebook page as well. Those are the three official outlets for the live stream here today from Teretonga Park. So don't click on anything that's asking for money or anything like that. It is a free service. So yeah, there'll be scammers out there, no doubt. So stay away from that side of things. Pits TV YouTube channel, Pits TV Facebook page, and the South Island Endurance Series Facebook page as well. This weekend brought to us by Brazier Scaffolding. We are definitely in Glen Brazier country down this part of the world in Invercargill. I don't know, arguably, if not absolutely, the biggest scaffolding supplier here in the deep south. And of course, Glenn will be out on track a little bit later on this morning with the Brazier Scaffolding Lamborghini in partnership with Andrew Waite. They didn't quite have things go to plan in Christchurch at the previous round. A clash with Matt Day and the ITM Lamborghini with Glen Brazier. Saw that car a DNF. I think it broke the steering. We'll talk more about that a little bit later on with qualifying for the 3-hour session. So Dan Kelly's down into the 106s. So those, the track state looks to be improving a little bit. Not so much of a dry line still appearing here at the moment. There's still a bit of spray coming off the back of the race cars. Conley Webley there in the little BMW Z4. So they had a steering failure towards the end of the 1 hour at Ruapuna a couple of weeks ago, and saw that car buried in the gravel in the last corner down onto the front straight. So Dan Kelly, the BMW M3 running in Class 4, 106.990. Then we go back to Chris Wall in the Honda Civic running in Class 5 in P2 at a 109.146. The Paul David Booth 353 BMW at a 110.657. Conley Webley 111.493. Duncan Cundall-Curry in the 101 BMW M1 P5 at a 111.761. And the number 8 Honda Civic running in Class 5, Donovan Eisted running in P6 with a 113.930. So we've got just on a minute and a half left to go in this qualifying session. This weekend also brought to you by Allied Petroleum 24/7 fuel. Went past a few of those last night on the drive down from Queenstown. So I flew in from Brisbane, left Brisbane 9 a.m. yesterday morning, flew into Auckland. It was raining heavily in Auckland when we landed. Had a couple hour layover there and then jumped on a plane, and we were 50 minutes late getting out because one of the toilets was broken on the Air New Zealand Airbus. So I spent 50 minutes on the tarmac before we took off. Got into Queenstown. What time did we get into Queenstown? About 8:30ish, I think it was, and then jumped in a rental car. Thank you to Simon Skeets from Omega Rental Cars for hooking me up with an upgrade, and drove down about 2.25 hours from Queenstown. Got into here about 11:15 last night. So she was a big day yesterday. I'm looking forward to a nice relaxing day commentating here in Invercargill this weekend. Dan Kelly with about 30 seconds left to go, looking to continue on with how he was shaping up after Christchurch with the victory in the opening 1 hour for classes 4 and 5. Still with that 106.990. Not hard to figure out that all of these cars will be out there on a grooved tyre. So we'll have the 1 hour for classes 1 and 2 up next, and again, very, very competitive lineup. And we have an exciting addition to the field with another Lamborghini Huracan joining the lineup. That's a car that's only just recently arrived into New Zealand. So good to see Dwayne Carter out there this weekend. Caught up with Dwayne. I've known Dwayne and the Carter boys since they were kids up in Auckland. So good to catch up with Dwayne. He'll have his hands full getting used to that race car. They would add some track time here yesterday, but very, very different to the AMG Mercedes he's previously raced, the Brad Jones Racing supercar, and of course the Brabham BT62 that has raced here previously with the Carter boys and Shane Van Gisbergen. So that car is actually currently for sale, a very, very rare and unique example. There is another one in Auckland, I believe, talking to Dwayne this morning, that was at a recent Starship Hospital event at Giltraps. All right, so Dan Kelly, your top qualifier at a 106.990. Chris Wall second at a 109.146. Duncan Cundall-Curry up into third with a 109.77. Conley Webley P4 at a 109.815. So your top four for classes 4 and 5 qualifying for the 1 hour, with their race coming up on a little bit later on this morning. So we'll have classes 1 and 2 out very, very shortly. A very, very good lineup. Pretty much the only ones we're missing from Christchurch. Nick Chester didn't start the weekend. He had a practice crash on the Friday. Went back to Auckland to go get that sorted out. I'm not too sure if they're going to make it to Highlands for the third and final round. They may have done some engine block damage to that car because it had actually moved the oil pump over on the engine side of things. So not too sure exactly where they were at with that, with the Chesters Holden, as one of our clearance cars is out there on track. So the unique thing here about Invercargill, and my head's just full of information at the moment because it's been so long since I've been down here, but it is such a unique facility. So we've got, this is a replay earlier on of the 77 going off. That is Andrew Bartlett and the little Honda Integra. Andrew's lovely other half, Kate, our mainstay behind the organisation here with the South Island Endurance Series. You can just see the wet conditions here with Conley Webley. Conley doing a good job out there in qualifying on the little BMW Z4. So the unique thing about here at Teretonga is the pits are situated on the inside of the circuit. Race control is on the outside of the circuit. So I'm commentating in the main tower, which was relatively new, about sort of 10, 11 years ago now from memory. The pit's down there on the infield. So logistically, the track gets opened up in between events or races or qualifying sessions to allow people to cross backwards and forwards. Notably, at the end of the day or a weekend, that gets very, very busy with people trying to get out of the track to go and catch planes out of Invercargill to back to wherever they're going, anywhere around the country. So I've got Nathan down on pit lane with our roaming camera down there for the weekend. He's totally far and away from where I am on the other side of the motor racing circuit. And for me, it's a little bit logistically hard, apart from maybe the lunch break ducking over there to get a little bit of information later on, just to confirm 100% with any of the starting lineup changes for the 3 hour, which Nathan should be able to fill us in on what's going on there with that anyway, especially with the 3 driver-entered cars. So with Hayden Knighton, Ronan and Kane Lawson in the Mag and Turbo Lamborghini. Typically it's been Hayden starting, but I just bumped into him before I came over here to commentary, and they weren't 100% sure if he was going to start or not. So that for me will come down to what the driver's light's doing in the windscreen of the race cars to say who's in the car. So we'll have all that as we go through the racing. Coming back to what we were talking about with Dwayne Carter and his new Lamborghini that's just arrived in the country. They had entered Christchurch 2 weeks ago. The car had arrived, but all the important stuff to run the car was still in the US on a pallet. So that's an ex-Trofeo Series, American Series car that we're about to see come out on track. And speaking of the Carters, with Shane Van Gisbergen having previously run their BT62, I messaged Shane the other night after Kansas with his top 10 over there in the US and congratulated him, and he's really enjoyed the race. He had the elbows up and was really enjoying his racing rather than anything other than his best oval result. And I said I was catching up with Andrew Waite down here this weekend. And he messaged me back and said, yeah, that's cool. I was watching the live stream from Ruapuna. So Shane's up there racing NASCAR and watching the live stream at the same time as we're looking at some of the replays of a couple of the offs in the 1 hour qualifying session for classes 4 and 5. So we've got a really big lineup about to come out onto the racetrack. So a couple of new additions to the field with Dwayne Carter. So where was that? That was up at, I think, on the run from 4 to 5. So 5 you classify as the hairpin, that run over back to 6 to 7 onto the front straight here. So one of our smaller circuits at 2.62 kilometres long. There is the Carter's Tyres Lamborghini lined up in pit lane. And the other addition to the field in the car right next door is not Kent Quinn. It's not Kent Quinn. That is, where's my 1 hour stuff? Where is my 1 hour list gone? There it is. That is a young man out of Queensland, Caleb Patterson. So Kent's actually over at Singapore with the Formula One Grand Prix with the Highlands team. I see Dan Gaunt's there and a lot of the team from Highlands. So Kent's actually over in Singapore, and he's handed over the keys of the organic Porsche GT4 to Caleb Patterson. Now, I've commentated Caleb over in Australia at Queensland Raceway. Very, very good Hyundai Excel racer. Hyundai Excel racing over there is huge. They recently had 35 cars for an endurance event with even some of the supercar drivers as part of that as well. So Caleb is running that car this weekend. He's also been racing with the Quins in the organic car in the Aussie Racing Car Series over there as well, which are the little small car scale sort of 7/8 little versions with the motorcycle engines in them, which is pretty cool. So we've got Hyundais. There's the Wolfbrook Porsche lined up there on pit lane. You've got Jordan Mickles in behind in the Mark II Mustang. Finished on the podium at the previous round in Christchurch. Didn't quite have enough for Hugh Gardner. Hugh Gardner taking out the 1 hour for classes 1 and 2 in a pretty dominating performance. And Hugh is a former champion for the 1 hour series, going back all the way back to 2015. It's the Wolfbrook team, the Marshall Motorsport team. They're very, very busy this weekend running multiple cars. There's Jordan Mickles, the Dippy Boys, and the Mitre Chen Trade 992 Porsche. That car's doing double duty in the 1 hour and the 3 hours endurance round here at Teretonga, like they did in Christchurch. So it's stopped raining. That's the important thing. If Nathan's down there on pit lane, I'm sure he'll be able to confirm for us that everyone should be on a wet tyre, I would think. Would that be the case, Nath?
Correct, you are right. Everyone, as per track requirements at the moment, as it has been declared wet, that they all need to run wet tyres until advised from the track.
Has it stopped raining?
100%. I have not seen rain down here for the last probably 10, 15 minutes. So, yeah, hopefully it stays dry, and these guys should start with being more like the GT cars. You'll find that there'll be a bit more of a dry line start to form very quickly.
Yeah, I think that will be the case. And if we had a little bit of wind, that would probably aid that as well. How's Dwayne Carter, mate? Like, he tested here in the practiced here in the dry yesterday. First time in the new Lamborghini Hurricane for him. He's now about to go out and go out on a wet tyre for the first time.
Oh, there's nothing like being thrown in the deep end, but as we know, the Carter's boys have had so much experience racing here, racing even overseas. This will just be be like getting on a bike. He'll know exactly what he needs to do, and with all the aids, he'll do what he needs to do.
Yeah, with the traction control and everything, they'll definitely be using that in these conditions. And on the drive out to the track with you this morning, you were sort of predicting quite a few offs in these wet conditions this morning.
Yeah, it's going to happen, and I don't want to be putting the mocker on anyone, but at some point I'm sure it's going to happen.
As Dick Johnson said, the curse of the black jelly bean. All right, 1 hour of classes 1 and 2 about to come out on track. So most of the regulars, a couple of new names out there. Interested to see how Caleb Patterson goes in the Organics Porsche GT4. Kent actually won his class in that car. And he will be the first car to come out on track. So, youngster out of Queensland. Like me, he'll be struggling with the temperature change. So, we had 35 degrees in Brisbane on Thursday before I left to come over to New Zealand. So, it's been very, very hot over there. There's Rex Scholes. Steve Scholes. Steve's brother Rex races over in Australia. So Steve Scholes in the Ginetta G56. So that's an LS Chevrolet-based power plant. I'm used to seeing the G55s with the Ford V6s in them. A couple of Audi R8s out there in the category as well.
So Jamie, I can confirm that Steve Brooks is in the Wolfbrook Porsche at the moment. So he's going to open up this qualifying session. And also Martin Dippy is in the 992 Porsche Cup car.
Cool, all right, and that means they're going to start the 1 hour respectively as well. So you qualify, you start, so cool. Thank you for that, Nathan. So Nathan's going to keep us up to date down on pit lane. Nigel did an awesome job at Ruapuna considering he got thrown in the deep end at the last minute. So some very, very cool race cars out there on track. That was the 131 of John Beck just going through. Here is this brand new into New Zealand Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Dwayne Carter back behind the wheel. So the car's just recently arrived from the US. It was part of the American Super Trofeo series. So he's going to have his hands full out there because he hasn't got a lot of seat time in this race car, and it'll be his first time in the wet in this car. But I'm sure he would have done some wet stuff with the BT62 and the AMG Merc previously as well. Adam Julian just in behind him. So Adam is the reigning 1 hour series champion. We won that back in 2023. We didn't see him in the North Island rounds racing. He did start Taupo on the Friday, but actually had an off and damaged the race car and did not contest the rest of the North Island series. So Adam was certainly very, very strong at the previous round. All right, so I'm just having a few little lap scoring issues up here at the moment with the main My Lap, so I might even have to get my phone up and running by the looks of it, other than what we've actually got on screen. So you can see how many cars that we've got out there. It'll be 20 plus, definitely 24 on the scoring. I think there'll be a few more out there. But diversity across the classes right through this lineup, as we got one of the Hyundai N30s off track. That will be... I know Scott O'Donnell's in one. Who was in the other one? It's one of the ends running out of Hayden Paddon's. It wasn't Scott O'Donnell. Who was it? Who's in the other end? I think that was Pal Arnott in the number 17, the black and gold one. There's Dave Rogers in the McLaren 570 GT4. All right, here's Hugh Gardner, just going to the inside of Dwayne Carter. So Gardner in the Porsche. He was the 1 hour winner, Car Wash King 992 MR. So that's a Manthe spec endurance car. So that's got the full floor, a lot more aero than a Cup car, wide body. Hugh, very, very experienced. He was a very, very good karter. I think he won a New Zealand Rotax Heavy Championship going back many, many years. And Hugh won the 1 hour series for the South Island series back in 2015 here in the South Island. So the Car Wash King Timaru Porsche. So the 28 as quickest at the moment is the GT4 Porsche. It is not Kent Quinn. That is Caleb Patterson in the number 28 Porsche. So Caleb Patterson goes second. Quit. Paul Kelly now goes fastest at a 104.293. 104.293 for Paul Kelly. Paul was very, very busy at Ruapuna And here again, he'll be doing double duty across the 3 hour and the 1 hour, paired with Caleb Natoa, who was one of my players of the day from Christchurch. Side-by-side action here. A 2J powered 86 Toyota up against an ex-V8 Super Tourer Falcon. Jaden Ransley. Jaden was strong at Christchurch. Very, very fast young racer. That'll be Scott O'Donnell just in behind that in the blue and green number 200. Allied 24/7 Petroleum Hyundai i30N. So Jordan Mickles has just come out of pit lane down here in front of me. He's back out on track. He's back in the 6th position. These marked cars will be interesting in the wet. The one thing about the marked cars in the IRCs in Australia, and they've just come off around at Malala in South Australia, don't typically get an awful lot of wet weather racing over there. So a little bit of uncharted territory for this style of car in the wet conditions. I'm sure Jordan has run in the wet in that car over the last couple of seasons. So Patterson's gone back to the top of the time charts with a 104.023. Paul Kelly, 104.293. Steve Brooks just rocks in a 103.889 in the Wolfbrook Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. So Steve Brooks qualifying the number 88 machine. Brooksy and Bill Riding doing double duty across the 2 categories in the 1 hour for classes 1 and 2 and the 3 hour in the Wolfbrook 888 Audi R8 Evo 2. There's the McDermott 2J powered 86. Cool little car. And this is what brings me back to the Deep South and Oscar-style saloon car racing, where basically run what you brung and all the different engine combinations and different chassis, and that's definitely one of them, with a 2J turbocharged Toyota 6 and a Toyota 86 chassis as Steve Brooks just clears him up at turn number 7. Looks like Adam Julian down there on pit lane. Just looking at the colours, pretty sure that was Julian down there. That just looked like a tyre pressure adjustment with the wet tyres on there. So may have just been a little bit of a bleed, might have been a little bit high in the tyre pressure. Just starting to see the signs of a drying line starting to appear around the circuit. Certainly wetter offline. Where's Dwayne Carter at the moment? P9 for Dwayne Carter with a 105.036, so he's not too far away. First time in the seat and wet conditions in that car, so he's continuing to chase down Hugh Gardner. Now Gardner's down in 7th at a 104.778. Still with about 7 minutes left to go in the session. Jaden Ransley now jumps up into P2 at a 103.798. Definitely know the Super Tourers have run in the wet around New Zealand over the years, especially down here in Invercargill. So PK goes back to the top at a 103.67. Steve Brooks at a 103.72. Jaden Ransley 103.79. Gardner's still back in the 8th position. The Car Wash King Timaru Porsche 991.2 MR. So Jordan Mickles has just jumped up into P4 in the Mark II Mustang at 103.863. So the top 4 covered by just under 2/10 actually. Caleb Patterson's just come back out of the pits. He's currently P5. You'll see Kent Quinn's name alongside the 28. That is Caleb Patterson and Queenslander. Gardner's just gone 8th. Dwayne Carter just went faster at a 104.441 to 7th and drops Hugh back to 8th with a 104.444. 3 1/1000ths of a second difference between the Porsche and the Lamborghini. So Dwayne's starting to get more and more confident in that car in these wet conditions. Drying lines starting to appear around Teretonga. Definitely still going to be on the wet side for the 3-hour qualifying, which, talking to the boys, is a little bit more about bragging rights than actual outright track position. I think qualifying here for the 1 hour is a little bit more important. Look, the pit stops do throw something different at it, but they are time stops. So unless you absolutely make a hash of the pit stop with a driver change or fuel or whatever, there shouldn't be too much sort of turnaround time. Although, talking to Jason Leifting, who's with Jordan Mickles this weekend, they definitely lost some time on the in-lap at Christchurch at Ruapuna with the overlap with Hugh Gardner. And they've had something similar happen with Adam Julian in the past as well. So because they pitted on the safety car restart, they were sort of bottled up behind the safety car and lost a few seconds on pit lane. And Hugh Gardner certainly took advantage of that and crossed him over in that pit lane exchange. So with the 1 hour races, the pit window opens at 20 minutes and the pit window closes with 20 minutes left to go in the 1 hours. So Steve Brooks has gone to the top now with a 1:03.255, and that was just eclipsed by Jordan Mickles in the Mark II Mustang, 1:02.601. Local boy Jordan, member of the Southland Car Club. Speaking of the Southland Car Club, another addition to the field in the 3 hour coming up very, very shortly is another Leach. So not Damon Leach. Damon was with young Matt Day in the Dale ITM Lamborghini at Ruapuna. Brendan actually originally had a clash, but was there on the weekend doing data and driver training with Matt. So they left Damon in the car, and they did a fantastic job finishing 4th overall. Arguably, young Matt was my player of the day. Look, there was a few of them from Christchurch, and we'll talk about that throughout the day today across these different categories. But Brendan Leach is paired up with Matt here this weekend at his home track in the Deep South. The Leach family here have been mainstays of the Southland Car Club over many, many years. As we have the Pal Arnott Lamborghini down on pit lane. Just putting some fresh tyres on it by the looks of it. Definitely didn't go to a slick. Ross down there on the right front. Jordan Mickles has got a little bit of traffic just on the right of screen in the Evolution Mustang Mark II. Mark M-A-R-C, Mark Cars Australia, which is now, sort of morphed into independent race cars. Mark Cars still does exist. So they'll look to try and get out on a fresher tyre by the looks of it. Where's Pal at the moment? Down in the... probably down in the early 20s, P24. So this is a TCR spec Hyundai i30N.
So Jamie, if I can just jump in here, just having a look at what Pal Arnott's doing, they've actually gone to a completely different tyre. It's the same wet tyre, but one's a Pirelli and one's a Michelin. If you can see, the car that's on the tyre now is got a V shape to it, which has got slightly bigger blocks to it. But if we just get panned down into these old tyres, which are still steaming away down here, so there's a bit of temp in them. See how they've got really big blocks on them, which are great when it's really wet, but if the track's starting to dry out, that Michelin is going to be an advantage.
Yeah, they tend to, on those bigger blocks, they start moving around on the block of the tyre, so they still dissipate water, but as it dries, they're not as effective. Okay, so they've gone to a different tyre completely with the configuration there. All right, Jordan Mickles still fastest at a 1:02.303. Hugh Gardner volts up to second for a moment. Brooksy's just jumped him in a 1:03.013. Hugh Gardner's 1:03.053. Paul Kelly, 1:03.480. Jaden Ransley, 1:03.652. Caleb Patterson, the first of the GT4s and Class 2. Actually, that'll be Class 3 for the GT4 cars. So he'll be the first of the Class 3s there in the 6th position. Then we got the 9 of Vince Shelp, Adam Julian in the Audi, Martin Dippy in the Mitre 10 Trade 992. Dwayne Carter's just settled back into 10th now with a 1:04.329. So Carter in the Lamborghini Super Trophy in the top 10. Right, Jordan Mickles, 102.303, and that should end the qualifying session. I think they were only a 15-minute session. Can't quite see where the checkered flag is here. Oh, yeah, it's right in front of me. What am I looking at? Literally right in front of me. I just had a little bit of glare and a gap in the window that I couldn't quite see the flag, but definitely the end of the session as Martin Dippy comes in. Now, they've got to get this car turned around because they've got the qualifying session for the 3-hour coming up next. So I would say Alan's going to get in the car. Might also just be a driver change practice. So that car will be back out shortly for the 3-hour qualifying session. So Jordan Mickles fastest, Steve Brooks second, Hugh Gardner third, Paul Kelly, Adam Julian jumped up very, very late to P5. Jaden Ransley in 6th, Caleb Patterson in 7th. Marco and Vin Schelp 8th. Martin and Alan Dippy in 9th. And Dwayne Carter in 10th in the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Blake Knowles in the 997 GT3 Cup car 11th. Steve Scholes in 12th in the GT class. Then we go back to the 148 of Gary Derrick, another one of the Porsches. Scott O'Donnell, the TCR number 200 Hyundai. I think he'll be the first of the Class 3s by the looks of it. No, in fact, it won't be. He'll be behind the GT4 cars. So Caleb Patterson will be the first of the Class 3s with the Norganics Porsche. So 24 out there on track for that qualifying session for Classes 1, 2 and 3 for the 1 hour. All right, so it looks like Alan's going to start and qualify with the Mitre 10 Trade Porsche. So it wasn't so much of a practice driver change. They've got Alan in the car to qualify for the 3 hours. So Alan Dippy will qualify, which means he will start in the 3 hour when the qualifying session comes out very, very shortly. So looking forward to that 1 hour, hopefully in drier conditions. There's definitely a drier line starting to appear. We saw some of the teams just trying a slightly different tyre going through that qualifying session. As Nathan was saying down on pit lane with the block style wet rather than the V style wet, almost maybe an intermediate versus a full wet, but with a full wet as Paul Kelly gets out of the car, which means Caleb Nato is going to qualify the Paul Kelly commercial Porsche. So that's an easy one to figure out with Caleb getting in the car. Caleb was one of my players of the day from Ruapuna. Hard to believe that Paul Kelly didn't actually know a lot about Caleb before he got in the car that weekend. I caught up with Paul in the at the airport out of Christchurch. He was flying back to the Gold Coast. I was flying back to Brisbane. He was really super impressed with Caleb. So there's Pal Arnett, and there's a replay of the 1 hour qualifying. So Pal had a spin. I don't know if that was on the first tyre or they pitted after that and went to the other tyre, but he was certainly that was one off track. This is the 148. Oh, that was a little bit of an off. That had a big twitch through that was, I think, 2 to 3. Oh, that was bigger than a twitch. So it was a very, very wet offline. So that just shows you how much rain we've had here this morning. That was the 148 of Gary Derrick going off. As we have a look at the brand new Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo for Dwayne Carter. He qualified up inside the top 10. So coming back to Caleb in the car, he was awesome. Elbows up and very Shane Van Gisbergen-esque after his session, and I caught up to him after the race where he actually enjoyed the battles. Like it wasn't so much about the result at the end of the day. He really enjoyed the elbows up nature of going to war with the GT3 spec cars. And these cup cars, as fast as they are, with the GT3 full spec endurance cars, it is a little bit like taking a knife to a gunfight. but Caleb was super, super fast and very, very impressive. So let's see what Caleb can do. I don't know how much wet time he's had in one of these styles of cars, more so here down in Invercargill, but a very, very good young racer. And as I said in Christchurch, I think one of our most underrated young motor racing drivers here in New Zealand. So the 3-hour qualifying session not too far away. Round 2 here at Teretonga Park, brought to you by Brazier Scaffolding, supported by Allied 24/7 Petroleum. Thank you to them. Thank you to Jason and his team from the Pits TV for their live stream coverage again this weekend. Did a cool job at Christchurch. First time I've worked with Jason and his team. Know them, of course, from their speedway background with bringing around a lot of the events from all over New Zealand with live streaming. Certainly, I have to admit, I do still watch the Superstock teams every year from Brisbane without fail. One of my favourite events on the calendar, any time that I was there, I got the opportunity to commentate at 3 of those up at Palmerston North, and that is one of the most unique motorsport events anywhere in the world. The Americans might have their figure 8 racing and bus racing, but we've got Superstock teams. There is a speedway track just over the backside of the facility here at Teretonga Park. Behind us on the river, there's a rowing club. I think there's a kart track somewhere out this way as well. I'm sure there's motocross tracks and everything. It's a pretty cool part of the world to be in, and I'm real happy to get the opportunity to be back down in the deep south after 10 years. It's been 10 years since I've been back to this place, so... All right, 3-hour qualifying. So we should have, I think, the 13 entries that we had at Ruapuna at round number 1 2 weeks ago. The only car that's missing is the number 100 Civic. Not doing the 3-hour this weekend, but we do have the addition, speaking of more cars coming in, Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reed in the International Motorsport run. Fillmore Audi, LMS GT3 Evo. So they'll be out for qualifying here very, very shortly. We'll take a little break. Here's some ads.
Join me on a nationwide refuel roadie as I discover how Allied Petroleum keeps business moving. G'day, I'm Greg Murphy and welcome to the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie. Now, when looking for a place to start the Allied Petroleum Refuel Roadie, it was pretty obvious. Head down to the deep south and come to Gore, and Allied's brand new fueling station. Perfect location for you to operate all your fleet.
Yeah, perfect, Greg, and welcome to Gore.
Thank you.
So we run a fleet of 30 trucks here out of Eastern Southland and Gore here, servicing the farming district.
You guys are the one-stop shop for all the farmers locally around here. Man, you've got your fingers in every single pie.
Yeah, so livestock's one of the things we do, but also fertiliser spreading, you know, general bulk cartage, and obviously farming sector, it's a 24/7 business. Yep. So we need to make sure we've got fuel to rely on, and that's one thing that Allied Petroleum give us. Yep,
the fleet card works pretty good then, eh?
Yeah, perfect. You know, it's great.
Mate, great to catch up. I'm actually a bit of a fan of your HRT logo. I used to actually work for a team that was called HRT, a little bit different in its meaning, but hey, great to meet you. I'm now off to go and hit the quarry up the road at Winton.
Heading up with Oz.
Wish me luck.
No, good luck.
Thanks, mate. Next on Refuel Roadie.
Greg, how you going?
Hell of a setup you got here, mate. That's awesome. If you'd like to know more about how Allied Petroleum keeps business moving, head to alliedpetroleum.co.nz.
Thank you, Gregory. Gregory was another one that was watching our live stream from Auckland a couple of weeks ago, watching young Ronan doing a stellar job in the Mag and Turbo warehouse. Lamborghini chasing down Bill Riding towards the end of that one. So we're not too far away for qualifying for the 3-hour. Car's about to come out on track. Certainly the driest conditions that we've had so far this morning. First car on track, 9 a.m. local time. I'm still trying to get my head around the time difference because I think daylight saving started here last weekend, so I'm now 3 hours behind in Brisbane. Got off the plane last night and thought it was 2 hours and I was an hour out. Jet lag's just terrible. No, it's not. All right, so we've got our 3-hour cars about to hit the track. Final preparations for Alan Dippy, who will qualify the Mitre 10 Trade 992. If Nathan's down there, the one I want to make sure who's starting, because I think everyone else will pretty much be status quo, is who's qualifying in the Mag and Turbo Lamborghini, Nath?
I'll just try and find one of the boys from James Marshall.
It's easy enough to do, because either Ronan, Kane or Hayden will be standing down there.
Oh, I think they're all just sitting by the heaters trying to stay warm, to be honest. 'Cause I can't see any of them at the moment.
We spoke to Hayden, and Hayden wasn't sure if he was going to start, and usually Hayden starts. So Nathan will come back to us on that. This is the Dale ITM Lamborghini, Matt Day. Now with the light off in the driver's window, that should be Matt qualifying the car. So Damon will get into that car later on in the run, as the Rod and Gun Porsche just heads out of pit lane down here in front of me.
Well, I have got some information about the Mag and Turbo car, and reliable as it may be from the horse's mouth of James Marshall, he is telling me that Ronan is in the car, Ronan Murphy.
Oi.
So they have pulled out the big guns to try and make the most of this damp, wet qualifying situation.
Okay, so that's the first time the guys have done that from memory over the first 4 rounds of the New Zealand series, because typically Hayden has started at the previous 4 rounds. Okay, so that's interesting. Looks like, I'm pretty sure Matt Day's in the Dale ITM car. Just see if you can have a wander around and see if there's any other driver potential changes with who's going to start.
All right, I'll go and do some homework, and I'll be back shortly.
Thank you, buddy. I know Caleb Nato is definitely in the Paul Kelly commercial Porsche. I know Alan Dippy is in the Mitre 10 Trade 992. It should be status quo for everyone else. So one of my other players of the day from the 3-hour was Andy Child in the Porsche GT3 Cup car number 22, paired with Tom Alexander. Andy hasn't done an awful lot of racing, more so here in New Zealand. He's an expat Scotsman, and he did an outstanding job where I think the boys actually might have finished 4th overall from memory, with the 4th or 5th overall. I'll go back and have a look at my results. So fairly early stages of the 3-hour qualifying. Remembering that we've got Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid back with us. They clean swept the 3 rounds up at the North Island. Didn't contest Ruapuna. Sam was out of the country. Now, talking to Nathan this morning on the drive out to the track, with the 6-round National Series, the drivers have the ability to drop around. So points-wise over that, it's probably too hard to tell until after this round exactly where those are that are contesting all 6 of the rounds for the New Zealand Endurance Championship, where they stand until probably at the end of today. So Caleb Nato has gone fastest early with a 102.962. Matt Day into second with a 104.314. Ronan Murphy at a 105.97. Nathan?
Well, I can tell you, mate, that Andy Childs is in the Yeti car for Sam Mackenzie Motorsport.
Yep.
So this is his first time driving the car in the wet.
Oi.
So it's going to be very interesting for him. Sam Fillmore is out in the IMS Audi. And also Luke Manson is out in the Marmarua Meets Audi R8.
Yeah, Luke qualified into the first stint in Christchurch. Sam typically does the first stints with Johnny paired in the car, because there are minimum driver times depending on the driver lineup, whether it's pro-am, am, so pro versus amateur. So there are some different sort of designations. So thank you for that, Nathan. Continuing to dry down there, buddy?
Yeah, it is. It's getting lighter overhead. There has been no more rain, but the track is definitely not dry. And with these GT3 cars, with the underfloors and the moisture, it lifts it off the track, but then it also comes straight back down with no wind. So there is a drying line, and you can only rely on the tyre heats to be able to get rid of some of that wet moisture.
Cool, thanks, mate. All right, let's have a look at some lap times. Ronan Murphy goes quickest with a 101.38. Ronan Murphy in the Mag and Turbo Lamborghini Hurricane. He's paired up with Hayden Knighton and Kane Lawson, the familiar colours of Mag and Turbo Warehouse down here in the South Island. Kane with his dirt racing background. Hayden's got a couple of very, very cool supercars in his collection. Matt Day. So Matt's currently P3. He's got the headlights on. This is Luke Manson in the Maramarua Beef Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2. Pretty much the latest spec. I believe Audi have now stopped making these cars worldwide. So very, very cool cars. Similar engine configuration with the V10 power plant to the Lamborghinis. Very, very different looking race car to the Lamborghinis, but they sound awesome, especially here on the front straight at Teretonga Park Raceway. So Luke Manson qualifying. Luke's currently P3 as Sam Fillmore jumps up into second in the Fillmore Contracting Porter Group International Motorsport Audi R8. So Luke Manson doing a good job in these wet conditions, slightly drying conditions. Ronan Murphy, Sam Fillmore, Luke Manson, Matt Day, Caleb Natoa. The 888, I'm assuming Brooksy's starting and qualifying the 888 like he did with the 1 hour car. Glenn Brazier will be qualifying and starting the Brazier Scaffolding number 34 Lamborghini Hurricane. He's P7. Then it's the Rhodes Rickaby Mustang Mark II. The 104.3s, the Dippy Boys and the 104.9s. Andy Child, Tom Alexander. Then it's the Moore Giles Volkswagen TCR. The Cottrell Vidot Porsche GT3 Cup car. It just jumped the TCR car, so that'll be Sam qualifying that car. Don't think Max has run here at Teretonga before. He definitely hadn't raced at Ruapuna. He's been at Ruapuna and possibly been here engineering with International Motorsport. And then the last car in the lineup will be the 101, another one doing double duty. That is Duncan Kundalcurry and Blake Knowles in the BMW M1 GTR. So at Ruapuna, pretty sure Duncan qualified the car as we look here at the IMS JFC Porter Group Audi of Sam Fillmore and Johnny Reid. Great to catch up with the boys at the North Island rounds a few months ago. Sam just continues to get faster and faster in these GT3 cars. And Johnny Reid, well, he just hasn't gotten any slower. As we saw up in the North Island a couple of times, he was being chased down for victory and he was managing to just hold those gaps. At one stage, he was being chased down by Ryan Wood in the Wolfbrook Audi at Hampton Downs and was able to maintain the gap and still take the victory. So, yeah, Johnny Reid certainly lost none of his speed. This is Glenn Brazier in the Brazier Scaffolding Lamborghini Hurricane. Now, this car was a DNF at Christchurch 2 weeks ago. Had a clash with Matt Day in the early stages, probably mid-race. After the first round of pit stops, I think they hadn't done their second stop because Andrew Waite hadn't got in the car yet. And Glenn just... And look, in hindsight, and Glenn admitted himself after they went and had a look at the footage and Andrew Waite sort of looked at it with him, that it was unfortunately, it was Glenn's deal. He just got in a little bit hot, lost the rears and got into the side of the Dale ITM Lamborghini and turned him around, but it broke the steering. The right front steering from memory with this car, and it was parked up on the grass for the rest of the race. So Andrew Waite didn't even get in the car. So they had a look at the footage afterwards, and Glenn, look, he took it and went straight down to the Day team and the Dale ITM Lamborghini team, running out of the same Marshall Motorsport pit garage, and offered his apologies. So that was pretty cool to see. Glenn took it on the chin. He realised that it was his deal. He was more disappointed that he'd done it, and it was young Matt that he'd got into to do it, considering they were pitted out of the same team. But look for them to come back with a bit of a vengeance down here at his home track with Andrew Waite, and we know Andrew's super, super quick. Andrew's come off the back of racing up in the US for one of the factory Ferrari teams in IMSA, and he was actually faster than their #1 factory driver. So we know Andrew's fast. doing a lot of driver training, and he's got his own deal with, I think it's Track Pro from memory, where he's breaking down all the motor racing circuits and corners and braking opportunities and that. So like Damon Leach at Highlands, across those two young guys, they've probably done more laps on New Zealand motor racing tracks than just about anyone over the last decade. Right, still Ronan Murphy fastest. He actually improves to a 1:00.972. Sam Fillmore at a 1:01.055. Matt Day, 1:01.268. Luke Manson, 1:01.364. Glenn Brazier, 1:01.718. Steve Brooks, 1:01.79. Caleb Nato, a 1:02.16. So Caleb, the first of the Class 1 Porsches. So you've got the GT cars, which are the GT3s, Class 1, which will be the Porsches and the Mustang Mark II. Class 3, we've got the Barrymore Andy Giles Golf GTI TCR, and Class 4 is the Duncan Cundall Curry Blake Knowles BMW M1 GTR. So we've got 3.5 minutes left to go in this session. The Mag Turbo Lamborghini is fastest. Maybe a late opportunity, a very, very different qualifying session. In the dry, there would be probably a 3 to 4 lap window to get the time established on these Michelin endurance tyres. In the wet, a lot different as the track continues to dry. They'll all be on a similar tyre as to how the car goes later on as a little bit of fuel load comes off it. And it's definitely generating a little bit more tyre temperature. Not as much spray coming up off the back of these cars. This is Sam Fillmore, the beautifully presented John Fillmore Contracting Porter Group Audi R8. He's been chased down by Matt Day. Remembering he's paired up this weekend with Brendan Leach, arguably one of the fastest Lamborghini Super Trofeo drivers in the world. He is a current world champion with the Pro-Am series around the world with that category. Brendan's running a new helmet this weekend with a great tribute on the back of the helmet to the late Timmy Miles. So sad to hear about Timmy's passing in the last few months. And Tim and Brendan had been racing in the Australian GT3 Championship, the Dale ITM Audi R8 LMS Evo 2. All right, what do we got? 2 minutes left to go in this qualifying session. No one's really lighting up the timesheets at the moment. I haven't got the sector breakdown here on the scoring that I had at Ruapuna. Manson's just done a PB, Brazier's just done a PB, but they're still 4th and 5th overall. So it's Ronan Murphy at a 1:00.972, Sam Fillmore 1:01.055, Matt Day 1:01.268, and this car, Luke Manson at the wheel, the Maramarua Beef Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2, also run out of International Motorsport. So 2 Audis for them this weekend as Matt Day comes back out of pit lane down here in front of me. And that was the Sam Cottrell Rod and Gun Porsche just going by down towards turn number 1. Into 1, and it just keeps on going. Turning left, turning left, turning left, still turning left, still turning left, still turning left, straighten up. So it's the never-ending left-hand turn 1 here, the Southern Loop. The famous Southern Loop, one of the best corners in New Zealand motorsport. I reckon the equivalent at Highlands would be, so after the bus stop, which is effectively turn 1, would be the right-hander version through the trees in the first part of the lap at Highlands. There's Andy Child with the headlights on in the background there in the number 22 Yeti Porsche. First time on a wet tyre with this car in New Zealand. So Andy is 10th, ahead of Sam Cottrell and the 2 Class 3 and Class 4 cars, the Volkswagen TCR and the Duncan Cundall Curry and Blake Knowles BMW M1. 15 seconds left to go in the session. Doesn't look like anyone's making any major gains. Sam Cottrell's just PB'd. Luke Manson just PB'd. Luke Manson to 3rd, Matt Day 4th. Checkered flag is out on the start-finish line, so that'll conclude our 3-hour qualifying session. As Sam Fillmore's just bombed in a 1:00.910. 1:00.910 by 6/100ths of a second. Literally as the checkered flag came out, Sam Fillmore, on return this weekend at Teretonga, has snatched the pole from the Mag and Turbo boys. Literally a last lap run. 1:00.910. Ronan Murphy second at a 1:00.97, although on timing for some reason, no, that was a last lap time, that's why. Need to see if I can get this expanded out and get it set up properly a little bit better. All right, there's the Rhodes Rickaby Mustang. So they had some oil pressure and temperature related issues with what sounds to be some clearancing issues with bearings and that on crankshafts and things in Christchurch, which wasn't ideal. So just looking at the final results for qualifying for the 3-hour, Sam Fillmore, top qualifying, a last gasp effort literally on the last lap at a 1:00.910 from Ronan Murphy, the Mag and Turbo Lamborghini. Luke Manson, P3, with the Maramarua Beef Audi R8. Matt Day, P4, the Dale ITM Lamborghini Hurricane. Glenn Brazier, 5th, the Brazier Scaffolding Lamborghini Hurricane. Steve Brooks, 6th, in the Wolfbrook Motorsport Audi R8. Caleb Nato is 7th in the Paul Kelly Commercial Porsche. The Rickaby Rhodes Mustang 8th. The Dippy Mitre 10 Trade Porsche 9th. Andy Child, Tom Alexander 10th. Sam Cottrell, Max Vidot 11th. Barry Moore, Andy Giles 12th. And Duncan Cundall Curry and Blake Knowles 13th. In their BMW M1 GTR. So, Sam Fillmore on pole for the 3-hour a little bit later on today. Local time is just after 10 o'clock. It's about 7 minutes past 10 a.m. here at Teretonga Motorsport Park, with thanks to Brazier Scaffolding, Allo 24/7 Petroleum down here in the deep south. Teretonga Park Raceway for the second round of the South Island Endurance Series and the 5th round of the New Zealand Endurance Series. So just having a look at some of the South Island Series 3-hour rules and strategies. So the pro driver in the GT class has a maximum time of 70 minutes in the car. The AM driver, if it's a pro-AM combination, the AM driver, minimum time 45 minutes. There's no maximum time for the AM driver. So Glenn Brazier in the Brazier Scaffolding Lamborghini, typically he'll go an hour 50 before he hands over to Andrew Waite. And we've got Nathan down there on pit lane very, very shortly. So busy times down there in the pits. So, yeah, so there's different driver times across. So that comes into the strategy as well. With the pit stops, maximum of 6 people across the pit lane line. That doesn't include what we call the dead man and the fire extinguisher. So the dead man's actually on the refueling rig, holding a safety lever. If anything goes wrong, he can cut that and it stops the fuel flow. Wheel guns, single nut cars, 2 guns max. Multi-nut cars, 4 guns max. Maximum 120 litre fuel capacity across all of the classes. There's a balance of performance table for the GT3 class. So the GT class with the, in this case, it's GT3 spec cars. They'll be all pretty similar because you've got the mix of the Lamborghinis and the Audi. So I don't know if there'll be a whole heap of difference with those cars because the majority of them are either the latest editions or maybe a previous spec. So they'll be pretty close in that regard. Typical fuel burn rate for a GT3 car, approximately 1 hour and 17 to 1 hour 22, depending on the track. Porsche Cup car will go a little bit longer, out to nearly 1 hour and a half. With the 3-hour, cars can pit under safety cars. With the 1 hour rules, you cannot pit on the safety car. We saw that Nick Chester unfortunately got disqualified in the North Island in one of the rounds at Hampton Downs for doing that. That was just, it was pretty close with the timing, but they did get pinged. And at Christchurch 2 weeks ago, the safety car came out just as the pit lane was opening, so no one was able to actually come in and clear that. So no pitting under safety car for the 1 hours. Typical strategy for a GT3 Cup car with a pro driver is to start with the amateur driver and run them long, so a fuel stint, somewhere in that stint, and then do the driver change fuel and tyres for the pro to get in and do his 70 minutes maximum. And the AM cars have a little bit more freedom. So notably the Wolfbrook Audi team car, that's an amateur combination with Brooksy and Bill Riding. They'll normally run to the end of their first tank, then pit for a driver change and do a splash and dash to get to the end. So they sort of reversed that and did the splash and dash a little bit earlier. But they were really on fumes, literally less than 3 litres with that car at the end of that one with Ronan Murphy chasing him down. So Bill was definitely fuel saving. It got close, and Ronan, as hard as he was trying to get to Bill, once he got to him with the aero wash and the fact that he just knocked the tyre completely off trying to get to him, and Bill did such an outstanding job. And there's my other player of the day from Ruapuna. Bill Riding did not make a mistake. He had a little look at the curbs coming off the exit of the infield there at one stage. He'd had a couple of offs through the weekend in both the Porsche and the Audi. But other than that, he never opened up the opportunity for Ronan to capitalise on a mistake. So Bill did an awesome job to get it to the end. And with about 4 laps to go, the team all went to Steve Brooks and said, "What are we doing, boss? Are we going to pit it or go for the gamble?" And he went, "Yeah, I'm a gambler, send it." And that's exactly what they ended up doing, but it would not have made another lap. So we are not too far away from the first of our races here today at Teretonga, and it will be our first 1 hour race for classes 4 and 5. Top qualifier was Dan Kelly in the Class 4 BMW M3 6-cylinder, so that's an up to 3.5 litre class car. Definitely drying here, and you can see on that shot, that's where the crossover is from the inside of the track where the pits is here at Teretonga to the outside where race control and the main tower is here for us. So the logistics in and out with the track open at the moment, being able to get cars from the infield and vice versa as we go down into the pit garages. Sam Fillmore, your top qualifier there. There's Aaron Harris, who's engineering the car with International Motorsport. He's a busy guy. He is on both sides of the Tasman, engineering various different race cars across TA2 in Australia and the GT3, GT4 championship over there as well. So that'll be a Parc Ferme scrutineering, so they'll probably weigh them, maybe take a fuel sample as well with the rules and that and the various categories and things like that. Right, what else have we got to talk about here? So the reigning 3-hour class champions, Glenn Brazier and Andrew Waite in 2024. Let's go down onto pit lane with Nathan. Who you got, buddy?
Hey mate, I'm down here with pole position winner for the 3-hour race, Sam Fillmore. How was that, mate?
Nathan, it was a lot of fun, mate. It was pretty greasy out there though, eh? And it was just trying to, mate, with only that 15 minutes, just without doing anything silly, just trying to find your brake markers and just how hard you could push it. So the boys were on the radio to me, and I got stuck in traffic there for a while, but mate, I knew if I could get 2 more laps in, I thought I'd pull one out. So it was good.
Well, you did leave it till the very end. So was the track improving out there, or was the car just coming to you?
I think the car was just coming to me, and I knew that I could just deepen my braking a little bit, get on the gas a little bit earlier. So I was just watching the times, but you know what it's like, Nate. It's you don't want to crash your car either, eh? Like, as much as you want to try and go well in qualifying, 3 hours a long race, and you don't want to put it in the wall trying to be a hero in qualifying. But mate, I'm pleased that I got it.
Hey Nathan, can you ask him?
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Ask him from me, mate. What was the excuse for not doing Ruapuna? It better be good.
So Jamie up in the commentary box just wants to know, why were you missing at Ruapuna?
Mate, I might have been in the south of France So, but I was watching the race from the boat I was on, and I was missing the race. So I found it very hard being a bystander, Nate.
Well done, mate. Pole position. You're in the best seat in the house moving forward for this 3-hour race. So good luck to you and Johnny.
Can't wait, mate. Thanks, Nathan.
Thanks, Nathan. I still don't think that's a good enough excuse, to be fair, but at least he was watching the live stream. So we had people watching the live stream from the US with Shane Van Gisbergen, Sam Fillmore in the south of France on a yacht. The Giltrap boys, Greg Murphy and Owen Evans up at Giltrap headquarters a couple of weeks ago watching as well. So if you are watching the live stream from around the country and around the world, welcome to our coverage as our first race comes out onto the racetrack here at Teretonga Park Raceway. With again, huge thank you locally to Brazier Scaffolding for their support here this weekend. Hometown race and hometown for Glen Brazier, and also supported by Allied 24/7 Petroleum down here in this part of the world. I'm looking forward to the drive back north tomorrow morning up to Queenstown, flying in late yesterday afternoon through the Alps and the Remarkables, and yeah, I just forget how beautiful it is flying in to this part of the world. All right, so for the 1 hour classes 4 and 5, Dan Kelly will be your pole sitter. Pit window opens at 20 minutes and closes with 20 minutes left to go in the 1 hour. So one compulsory stop. Just the one driver change by the looks of it, and that'll be the 353, the orange BMW 318 BPS machine, Paul and David Booth. They've just come out of pit lane. They left that very, very late. So there'll be a little bit of time to get these cars gridded up and get them sent. So Dan Kelly dominated Ruapuna, running in Class 4. So we've got a couple of Class 4s, 2 litre to 3.5 litre. See if we've got a grid line up coming up here. There's still quite a few cars out the back of the circuit just wandering their way around. So we will have Dan Kelly starting off the pole alongside Chris Wall in the number 100 Civic. The 101 of Duncan Cundall-Curry in the BMW out of P3, Conley Webley in another BMW out of P4, so that'll be a Class 4 car. The Booth BMW out of P5, Donovan Eisted out of 6 in the Honda Civic, Andrew Bartlett out of 7 in the Honda Integra, Tommy Alberger out of grid position 8 in the Toyota 86, James Mitchell out of 9 in another Honda Civic, Mel Waters in the 45. That's still to come around, must be out there. So Mel Waters in the Mazda, Nico Scholes in the K-Series Honda-powered Mazda MX-5, and Ben Groves joining us in the number 32 Toyota MR2. Ben Groves, that was a name I didn't have on my entry list. All right, so the Walters RX-8 is out there on track, so we've got 9 by the looks of it gridded up, 10 with Bartlett, 11 with the Booth BMW just joining the lineup. Actually, Toby Elmig is just coming out of pit lane now in the 86, so he may be starting from pit lane for some reason. May have missed the pit window to get out on the racetrack, so that'll be 11. That'll be 12 for our 1 hour classes 4 and 5. With the 86 starting out of pit lane. So the safety car will lead this field away in drying conditions, and it's a little bit harder to see here with the type of chip here at Teretonga is how dry or how wet it is, because the colour of the chip, it's like the roads driving down here. They're a very, very different colour to the North Island and anything that I've seen in Australia recently. So it definitely looks like it's drying. It's not dry, but if it continues to dry and they're still out there on a wet tyre, will there be extra pit stops to have to go to a slick? So there'll be some strategy going on here, because this will be very, very tricky conditions for some of the engineers to try and figure out what they're doing. If we don't get any more rain this morning, for the next 1 hour, in an hour, I'm going to be guessing they'll be close to definitely looking going to slicks. And for the 3 hour likewise, with a lunch break as well, if we don't get any more rain, hopefully we will see dry conditions here at Teretonga for these 3 races. So there's the 32 of Ben Groves and the little MR2. So Ben's running in Class 4. I'm not too sure what the engine combination is there, but I'm going to guess probably running a turbocharger maybe puts that into Class 4. So Class 5 up to 2 litre, which is where most of the Honda Civics are running in. And Class 4, 2001cc to 3.5 litre. Now, I think the TCR cars in the past have run in Class 4. They've been elevated to Class 3 this season for the South Island Endurance Series. As the safety car peels off, and we are going to go green. There's some big gaps through this grid. The Scholes MX-5 is going to go straight onto pit lane. The 86 won't be able to start until the last car comes through, and that's the 32 of Groves now. So the 86 of Toby Albinger out of the Bay of Plenty leaves pit lane now as the rest of the field negotiates a damp southern loop in turn 1 to start our 1 hour. So our pit window opens at 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Like Ruapuna, I'd expect Dan Kelly to probably run away and hide. Doesn't quite have the advantage in the slightly damper conditions that he may have had at Ruapuna in the dry conditions. That's a very, very quick Class 4 6-cylinder BMW. Duncan Cundall-Curry, very busy with the 101, has just come off the back of the 3 hour qualifying, and it just gets dropped back to second there by the 100 of Chris Wall. So Chris Wall did the 3 hour at Ruapuna as well, not doing the 3 hour here at Teretonga this weekend. I think there's going to be a few extra entries out of the smaller category cars running the 3 hour at Highlands Motorsport Park in just a few weeks' time, 18th of October. As Duncan Cundall-Curry having a look to the outside of Wall down into turn number 1. Couldn't get the pass. It's a very, very quick little Honda Civic of Chris Wall. So early stages of our first race here at Teretonga Park Raceway this morning. Just past 20 past 10 local time here in the Deep South. Remembering we are on daylight saving time here in New Zealand now, which confused me last night when I got off the plane from Brisbane. I didn't realise that daylight saving had started, so that puts me 3 hours behind. So for me, it's only 10, it's about 7:30 in the morning over in Australia. All right, we'll just let things settle down here. Kelly's already away by about 3.5 seconds. This is the battle group for second, third and fourth. Oh, Cundall-Curry's just dropped the rear wheel off at the exit of turn 7. That allows Connolly Webley to slip up the inside in the BMW Z4. So Connolly runs in Class 4. 6-cylinder up to 3.5 litre. Now the BMW 318, 353 Paul Booth and David Booth, they are in Class 5. So that must be a 4-cylinder under 2 litre example. That's not one of the 6-cylinder cars as we watch the quite different looking 101 Duncan Cundall-Curry. That square back style car, the 1 Series car. But that's an M1. This is the M3. Dan Kelly leading overall and Class 4. So he's already out to 6 seconds. 6 seconds after just a couple of laps. So it's a very, very well-built car, a very good handling car. There were some safety cars that sort of interrupted a few things early on in mid-race in the 1 hour at Ruapuna for Class 4 and 5. Certainly the lap times were a lot longer there than they are here at Ruapuna. So Dan Kelly's already into the 106s. He's just set the fastest lap on that last lap, and he's nearly 4 seconds quicker than anybody else in the category. So Dan Kelly extending that lead. We're only 4 minutes in and he's already nearly 10 seconds up the road from Wall, Webley, Cundall Curry, the Booths, Eistead in the number 8 Civic. Go back to James Mitchell in the number 9 Honda Civic. And Andrew Bartlett in the number 77 Honda Integra. Andrew had a few little issues at Ruapuna. Cut a tyre, had an off in qualifying. Put that one down to driver error, but the second one was actually a tyre failure or a puncture. And that can be easy to do here at Teretonga as well. There's a few places around the track. If you get too far over the curbs, the back side of the curb has a habit of ripping the inside edge of the tyre off and puncturing a tyre. And there was a couple of occasions yesterday here in practice, apparently, that had definitely happened as this track continues to dry. We're still 15 minutes away from this pit window opening. Kelly, Webley. So Conley Webley now up into the second position. So he's managed to clear Chris Wall. So BMW's 1 and 2. First Class 5 and third, Chris Wall. Third in Class 4, Duncan Cundall Curry. The second of the cars in this shot. Oh, Duncan's just struggling a little bit out of that final corner. It had a little bit of mid-corner understeer and it just sort of brought the back around off the exit and you had to get out of the throttle to correct it. But he's cleared the inside of Wall this time and gets the pass down towards the southern loop. Up to P3 goes Duncan Cundall Curry. So conditions continuing to lighten up. Still some low cloud around over the majority of us right now. I don't know what the air temp's doing out there, but I've got the air conditioning on up here in commentary, so it's not too bad up here. So Kelly's out to 15 seconds. So with the 1 hour pit stops, they are a timed stop. So if there's a driver change, notably, there's no panic on getting the driver change done. Some of the teams will take some fuel on. Be interesting to see here if we see any pit stops with tyre changes, because I'm not 100% sure exactly what tyres these guys have gone out on for the start of this race, where it was still pretty damp out there, but it is definitely lightening up. As we have a look at this battle between the Walters RX-8 and the Ben Groves Toyota MR2. So just the one car that didn't take the start of the race, Nico Scholes, actually peeled off into pit lane on the start lap as Toby Almaga was actually starting out of pit lane. So Nico Scholes having some issues with that K-Series Honda-powered Mazda MX-5. Now Walters in the Mazda MX-8, RX-8, MX-8, that's an MR2. Is already the leaders in lap traffic, so Kelly out to a massive lead. So already starting to lap the back markers, and we're only 7 laps into this 1 hour. Conley Webley slots into the second position. He clears the Ben Groves MR2. So as Conley Webley's halfway down the front straight, Dan Kelly's already at turn 2 on the approach to 3 on the other side of the circuit. Right there, they would have seen each other from the other side of the racetrack. So Kelly's out to over a minute lead. We're 8.5 minutes in, so under 12 minutes left to go to the pit lane window opening. You can take that stop anytime in that 20-minute period before the pit window closes with 20 minutes left to go in the 1 hour. So Dan Kelly's just done the fastest lap of the race at a 106.615. As Kelly now clears the number 9 James Mitchell Honda Civic and the 77 of Andrew Bartlett. So Kelly's lapped everyone to 6th already. So dominating the early stages here of the 1 hour for the classes 4 and 5. Brought to you by Brazier Scaffolding and Allied 24/7 Petroleum. Down here in the chilly deep south. Andrew Bartlett in the 77. Bartlett's in the 8th position. Battling there with Mitchell. So that'll be for Class 5. Definitely Class 5 for that battle there on track. So Kelly leading Class 4. Wall leading Class 5 in the little Honda Civic. So again, that class separation, Class 4, 2001cc to 3.5 litre. Class 5 up to 2 litre. I think if you start throwing turbochargers at things, there's probably a multiplier that puts you up. So the little 32 Ben Groves MR2, that was running in Class 4. I would say that's probably why that's running in Class 4, unless it's got a totally different engine combination in the thing. Definitely need to get my lap scoring reconfigured here, because all I've got is the last lap time. So we'll get that sorted out before the 3 hour, because that's going to be pretty crucial later on for that. In the meantime, we can reference it on the left-hand side of the scoring here. Nathan, I can just hear you've turned a microphone on.
Yeah, mate. Hey, I just want to give you a quick weather update from down here. The giveaway is the wee splatters that are happening in the puddles that are sitting in the middle of pit lane at the moment. You can just start to see them rippling. So I would say there is some rain coming, and it's certainly getting darker overhead as well.
Yeah, I was just saying, Nathan, I'm not 100% sure, because I'm on the outside of the track, exactly what tyres these drivers have gone out on.
I would have it as a pretty safe guess that most of them would have rolled out on wets.
Yeah, okay.
Because talking to a lot of the drivers out of the 3 hour qualifying, they said it was just starting to get to the point where we could look at putting a slick on it, but it was only one line to run on. So given that these guys have probably got a little bit more passing to do, I would say they played the safe card.
So just talking to you now, and I've got the split screen watching Dan Kelly. Dan's actually looking for a little bit of water around different parts of the track and just running some slightly different lines to maybe try and keep those tyres cool, because I reckon it's definitely drying out here. It's a really hard circuit to try and figure out if it's drying because of the colour of the chip here, and it's quite coarse, but I can definitely see a lighter drying line, like a dry line here on the front straight. Just behind you. As I say that, there was some spray as they just went by, but I think a couple of those guys are down the inside looking for a little bit of water if they are running wets. All right, so Dan Kelly, still your race leader. So he's improved to a 106.04, so he's continuing to go faster, so it's not hurting him too much at the moment. We're still about 7.5 minutes, just over 7 minutes left to go to the pit window. So it was interesting to hear. And I can't see from here, but Nathan was saying there was just some little drops of rain just starting to appear back down on pit lane. So, and as I say that, just watching James Mitchell in the 9, he's got the windscreen wipers on, so there's definitely a little bit of very, very, very light rain out there over the circuit. It ain't going to go anywhere because there is not a breath of wind in the air. So we've got the Booth BMW in pit lane, so this is unscheduled because the pit lane has not opened. Not too sure what the issue is. Are they going to look to go to a slick, I'm thinking, because that's going up in the air?
It looks like as though they are having gearbox issues
Okay.
by the hand gestures that were going on in the car. And I am not proficient in sign language at all, but I'm pretty sure it meant I was not getting any gears.
Okay, so definitely unscheduled. That's before the pit lane window opens. Is that on a slick or a wet?
This car is currently on a slick.
Okay, all right. So some of them might have started on a slick. Okay, that's cool. That sort of answers some questions. So it'll be interesting to see where the pit window opens in about 6 minutes' time. Anyone that has gone out on a wet, if they go to a slick tyre or not. But so last lap we had the windscreen wipers on for the 9. Now it's off, but Tommy Alberger's got them on in the little 86. So the jack stand's going under the car. That means someone's going under the car, and that's not a good deal. So gear selection issue. BMW 318 Ti running in Class 5. So it's a 4-cylinder example as opposed to the other BMWs running in the 1 hour here for 4 and 5, running in the 6-cylinder up to 3.5 litre class. As we watch Ben Grove in the number 32 Toyota M2. I haven't seen one of these on a racetrack for a long, long time. So Dan Kelly, his lead. I'm just trying to see where Connolly is in relation to him on the racetrack. So Connolly's here on the front straight as the lead is over at 5 and 6. So they'll just about be on the same front straight. So Dan Kelly might be able to lap Connolly here in the next 5 or 6 minutes. And in the next 4.5 minutes, we've got the pit window opening for the first of the compulsory pit stop for the 1 hour category. So no sign of rain here on. So the tower here at Teretonga, the windows sort of slant in, so it's probably a little bit hard unless the rain's coming in sideways to sort of notice if there is any moisture out there. But if it is, it's very, very light. Very, very light. So the pit window is 4 minutes. 4 minutes to the pit window opening. Now, we talked about it at Ruapuna. Do you just take your first opportunity as soon as that pit window opens? Or do you run the risk to go a little bit longer and end up having a safety car where you can't make that decision by yourself? I'm thinking get it done early, unless it starts howling down rain-wise. I don't think there's going to be too many issues with having to do an extra tyre change if necessary. So over the back side of the circuit, so that is the run over 3, 4, that'll be 4 now, a little right-hander up to turn 5. At about that part of the track, that's where the house truck used to be. There used to be, going back with the NZV8 days, there was a house truck parked up over there with a house actually on the truck as a venue point for one of the local businesses. And that house sort of transformed over 2 or 3 years to getting some extra stuff on the deck area. There was a spa pool, amongst other things, only in the South Island.
So I've just popped my head in the door and had a quick chat to Paul Booth in the 353 BMW, and he said the gear selector has fallen off at the bottom, so it's just underneath the gear stick. And the boys at the moment are just trying to fix it and get a temporary fix in to keep them out and competing.
That's not ideal. Definitely not ideal. All right, so some of the faster drivers in some lap traffic now. So that's Connolly Webley clearing Andrew Bartlett. So Connolly second overall. He's at turn 3 as Dan Kelly's coming out of turn number 1. So pit window inside 2 minutes. Inside 2 minutes for the pit window to open. I would not be surprised if Kelly decides to take that pit stop early and get it out of the way. not risk a safety car. We saw a couple in the first 1 hour at Ruapuna a couple of weeks ago. So definitely the windscreen wipers are back off. So that little bit of precipitation Nathan was talking about 5 minutes ago looks to have stayed away. There's definitely a dry line here on the front straight, on the main straight here at Teretonga. Just where the cars are coming off now off the southern loop. Right in the middle of the racetrack here on turn in here with Andrew Bartlett. That is definitely a dry line through the centre. It's still a little bit damp off. Yeah, you got the windscreen wipers there on the Groves MR2. So pit window now 30 seconds away. Pit window 30 seconds away, which will be pretty close for Kelly on this lap. Just keep an eye on him. As Conley Webley's just clearing some of the other traffic out there. That'll be, I think, the 8 of Eistead in the black and yellow one. There's Kelly in the background. Pit window, still 10 seconds left to go, so he's going to miss it this time. But the pit window will open in 3, 2, 1. Now, the pit window is open for the compulsory stop. So I'm going to keep an eye on Kelly. He's not too far away from lapping Conley Webley, actually. Webley's only probably 10 seconds up the road. So we'll see who blinks first and decides to take the stop. So the Skulls MX-5's just come out of the pits, just in front of me, and the Booth BMW's about to come out of pit lane. So don't think they've got it sorted though, because it's not coming out of pit lane. Whatever that fix was, I don't think it sorted it, because it's started moving up pit lane and then stopped. Here's Dan Kelly, your race leader. Will he pit? He will not. So Dan Kelly continues on. Toby Albinger's come in. He's pitted. So Toby Albinger in the little 86 is pitted. And that'll be on about lap 10, I think, for him. But this is the car we're sort of keeping an eye on. There's your race leader. Oh, the Booth BMW did come back out on track after that. It sort of stopped momentarily that I saw it, but it has come back out of pit lane. So they're 9 laps down. The Nico Skulls MX-5's come out. So Duncan Cundall Curry has pitted. Just a tyre bleed by the looks of it there. And I would say that's on slicks. So Duncan Cundall Curry out of the top 4. First of the fast guys to pit. That looked like the number 9 of James Mitchell has pitted as well. The number 8 of Donovan Eistead also pitting. So Dan Kelly, as yet, has not pitted, but he's nearly a lap ahead. Conley Webley still out there on track. So first and second still out there on track, as is Chris Wall. I don't believe Chris Wall has pitted either. Andrew Bartlett there on shot, just behind Kelly, who's gone down a lap. In fact, down 2 laps. Also has not pitted. So the Groves MR2 pits. The old school Torpedo 7 backpack for the little bit of a drink on board. All right, so we've got Conley Webley and Dan Kelly on pit lane. So first and second, both now pit. So what are we, 23 and a half minutes into this 1 hour? Kelly pits. Looks like they're just going to do a tyre bleed, so I'm guessing that's on slicks as well. No fuel needed, so they'll just do a tyre bleed. They'll have an optimum pressure they think they need to be at. A fair amount of air coming out of that right front. In the cooler conditions, they'll probably run the tyres a little bit harder to get tyre temp earlier. So that'll be a fairly decent bleed now with the tyres being hot and with the dry track conditions to get it back into that window, because we've still got 26 minutes left to go. So not quite splitting it in half, but not too far away. Dan's looking pretty relaxed there in the cockpit of that car. Definitely a big bleed with those front tyres. So again, a timed stop. Conley Webley comes out of pit lane. Kelly's just left pit lane. So we should have actually all the cars that started back out on track. Nathan?
Yeah, I had a good look up and down the lane about all the cars when they came in for their pit stops. And surprisingly enough, there is only one car out there that is on slicks. The rest are all running a proper wet.
Oh, wow, okay.
Or a radial sort of wet that, is an intermediate tyre. So the one that might be having to be watched towards the end of this race is going to be the Booth BMW, because they are out there on slicks.
Yeah, they're 8 laps down though.
Unfortunately, yes, it hasn't gone their way, but...
Yeah. Okay, so they're the only car on slicks. Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, coming back to a sort of a radial tyre, a style tyre, which will be a little bit more durable in these conditions as opposed to a full wet, because if they were on a full wet, they'd definitely be looking for water now. But that is not the case. Okay, that's interesting. I would have thought a few more of them might have been on a slick tyre, because there's definitely a dry line now, but if you get off that line in traffic, you don't have too many options if you are on the slick tyre to sort of decide where you need to go, and probably through from one all the way over the back, because from one you're pretty much in a corner for the majority of the laps. So Dan Kelly continues on, having done his compulsory pit stop with the race lead. He is still within about that sort of 10 seconds from lapping Conley Webley. So Conley was able to maintain that gap. He's still second on track, but they're on the same piece of the racetrack. So Kelly's just going through 2 on the approach to 3, and Webley's up at turn 5.
So we've just had it come through on race radio that car 32, the wee MR2, has a drive-through penalty. And the reason for that is, unfortunately, his crew was not wearing the correct PPE gear, so he's going to have to do a tour through the lane, which is going to hurt his race results.
Oops. Yeah, having done the Bathurst 6 hour this year, that crew gear thing is a huge, huge thing, especially when you go through scrutineering. So we were refueling there, so race suit, race boots, race socks, race gloves, and a balaclava and goggles if you were refueling for that one. So yeah, that's a little bit of a disappointing one there for the Groves team. But yeah, look, it's definitely very, very serious down on pit lane. Not that too many of these guys would have been refueling for the 3 hour and potentially the next 1 hour for classes 1, 2 and 3. Definitely with the ability to have refueling down on pit lane, it is a very, very dangerous part of the racetrack, and even Nathan's got a race suit on down there. So this will be the drive-through for the 32 of Ben Groves for something as simple as not having the right crew apparel on one of the crew members. So that would have been a call from one of the track stewards or one of the onlookers down there on pit lane. 40 kilometres an hour. All right, so there's the drive-through. He's still up on the Booth BMW and the Scholes MX-5 because those cars have lost multiple laps in the pits earlier on. So just over 28 minutes into the first of our 1 hours today. So the second 1 hour up after this will be classes 1, 2 and 3 with at least 24 cars on that entry. And then into the 3 hour early afternoon for the second round of the South Island Endurance Series here at Teretonga Park Raceway. And this weekend sponsored by Brazier Scaffolding and Allied 24/7 Petroleum. So there is the Booth BMW, so that fix that they did in the pits with the gear selector. So basically the gear lever has detached itself from the gear selector mechanism. Have seen that in the past with V8 supercars on the coverage over on that part of the world. Bathurst, of course, coming up next weekend. Not doing that one, but we've got an apartment booked on the Gold Coast for the Gold Coast Supercar Round, which I'm really looking forward to. One of my favourite events actually in Australia, having watched being over there with supercars since I've been there, actually is Townsville. The Townsville Street Race is one of the coolest races to go to because everything's so accessible and it's not too far away from town and the waterfront. It's a really, really cool event. If you get the opportunity and want a really good cost-effective V8 supercar race to go to, Townsville I can highly, highly recommend. Right, Dan Kelly continuing to dominate here for the 1 hour for classes 4 and 5. Obviously the weapon of choice to have in class 4 is a 6-cylinder up to 3.5 litre BMW, because that's exactly what Dan's got underneath him. And a very well-balanced, good handling, good horse-powered car. So Chris Wall into second. Now, I don't think Chris has pitted. Don't think Chris has pitted as yet. And he's still got about 10 minutes left to go. So he's doing a longer run. So Connolly Webley in third. But I'm pretty sure the 101 has not pitted, because that exchange would have changed over in the pit stop cycle, and I don't think that happened. So we'll wait and see if the 100 comes onto pit lane in the not too distant future. And as I say that, called it perfectly. Chris Wall is on pit lane out of second position. So just out of the corner of my eye, I'm watching Dan Kelly chase down Connolly Webley. So the race leader, Kelly, is only about 6 to 8 car lengths behind. So this is Chris Wall's pit stop, compulsory pit stop. Trying to get it up on the air jacks. That was a little bit ugly. So they are going to do a tyre change. They're definitely going to a slick. This will be interesting. All right, so this is one of the only cars that's actually done a tyre change. So this car's air jacked, which you don't normally see on a Honda Civic. And changing 5 wheel studs is not the easiest thing to do in the world. I've got Duncan Cundall-Curry spun. Now that's onto the front straight by the looks of it, out of turn number 7. So Duncan had a little mini off in qualifying at that part of the circuit where the car had a little bit of mid-corner understeer and it just brought the back of the car around and off the circuit. So this is going to hurt Wall time-wise, but they are going to a slick tyre, still with 27 minutes left to go in the session. So he may not get to Kelly, but he may get to Webley if the slick is a huge advantage over the wet tyre they were running. So Wall goes back out of pit lane. Cundall-Curry continues on in the 101. So the other car that hasn't pitted is the Bartlett 77. Now Andrews up into the third position. So Kelly, Webley. Kelly's just lapped Webley. So Kelly is on his own lap by himself. He's a lap ahead of the rest of the field. Cundall-Curry's back to the 4th position. Definitely has made their stop, but he's just had it off, and that cost him a little bit of time trying to get back out on track because it's very, very slippery on the grass. If you end up on the grass here at the moment, you're going to go a long, long way off at some of the parts of the racetrack here at Teretonga. So there's Connolly Webley. Now, just with that shot as the BMW, so this will be their compulsory stop. They've already stopped once for a gearbox issue. This is a driver change with Paul and David Booth. David's getting in. And how do I know that, Jamie? Well, Paul has Paul written on his helmet. He's just got out of the car. So David Booth getting in. At least I think that was the case. Yes, definitely David Booth getting in. So this is the this should be the last of the compulsory stops. There might be a couple of the back markers that have pitted and they're off cycle, but just a tyre bleed for them. So the car to watch over the last sort of 25 minutes will be the Wall Civic, who went to slick tyres. But a couple of minutes ago, I just saw, I think it was Connolly Webley had the windscreen wipers on his BMW. That's the car first in shot there on the right-hand split screen. Connolly definitely had the windscreen wipers on with not too much traffic ahead of him. So down there through the southern loop, definitely a dry line. That's the lighter part patch of the track, sort of a third of the way up in through the centre, through the middle, and then high off. So there it is there with Webley. Yeah, he definitely just intermittently got the windscreen wipers on as the Booth BMW comes back out after their compulsory pit stop and driver change. They're the only duo doing a driver change in the 1 hour for classes 4 and 5. This is Mel Walters in the 45, so Mel's back in the 10th position in the Mazda RX-8, and that's running in class 4. Good to see the RX-8s as a growing, ever-growing class here in New Zealand. Both North Island and South Island, pretty strong category over in Australia with a couple of different groups running over there with the RX-8s. Very, very popular for an endurance style car as well because they're pretty reliable. For the rotary fans out there. All right, Donovan Eisted in the 8 Class 5 Civic. So Donovan is currently 6th. Still don't think the Bartlett Integra's pitted as yet. Or if they have, they're doing really, really well. So Dan Kelly, Connolly Webley, Cundall Curry, Wall, Bartlett, Eisted. Tommy Elwiger in the little 86 is up to 7th, with some of the drivers in behind just having a few issues early on in this 1 hour for classes 4 and 5. With 23 minutes left to go. Right, here's Wall on the slick tyre now. So PB'd on the last lap at a 107.9. Kelly's in the 105. So that's just a speed difference. But notably, he was faster than Duncan Cundall Curry ahead of him and Connolly Webley by over a second. So Webley might be a challenge, but I reckon third could be a go here because I think Cundall Curry and Wall are both on the same lap. So as a reference, just watching Wall on screen now through turn number 2. And where's Cundall Curry? Just down into turn number 1, the southern loop. Okay, so there's a fair amount of separation, but they are on the same lap. So it's probably about half a lap. So Cundall Curry's just come off 1 as Wall's going into the final corner. So probably near on half a lap. This is Tommy Elminger and James Mitchell. So this is for position. This is 7th and 8th. Mitchell lost a little bit of time in the first stage of the race. I don't know if that was a tyre issue or something, but Mitchell was definitely a little bit further back and now playing catch-up. So he's chasing down Toby for the 7th position. Nico Scholes, I think, has just done his compulsory stop. And it looks like the Booth BMW's back on pit lane. So Toby Elbinger out of the Bay of Plenty. big commitment to come down here to the Deep South to run with the South Island Endurance Series, as James Mitchell's going to look to his inside, picks up the position. So that will be for 7th overall. 7th overall, and both running in Class 5. As, yep, the BMW's gone back up on the jack, and underneath goes one of the crew guys. Looks to be a similar issue with whatever's going on with the gear selection linkage out of the cockpit and through underneath the car. And that linkage that's sitting there not attached to anything is probably not a good sign. That little bit there with the holes in it, I'm thinking. That might be it. I'm not sure, I'd say. All right, back on screen with Mitchell and Almager going at it for 7th and 8th. That's a class battle as well. Dan Kelly controlling proceedings out in front. Now, Chris Wall's just done another PB, 106.5. Duncan Cundall-Curry's doing 108.7s. Conley Webley, 108.3. So, a couple of seconds a lap. I think Wall will definitely potentially get to the 101 BMW. The Booth BMW is going nowhere on pit lane. Yeah, and the fact that Paul's helmet's going in there as well, I would say that is going no further. That little arm that was left hanging underneath the car, I think was the giveaway on that one. It ain't going anywhere. But all eyes are on the right of screen as Nathan's got one of the Booth boys down there. I'd say the fact that the linkage is hanging underneath the car now, Nathan, is not a good look.
No, it's an unfortunate end to the race. I'm here with Paul Booth, one of the drivers. Mate, what happened there?
Well, the gear selector, the bolt that bolts it in underneath the gearbox has just snapped off. So it snapped off on me about halfway through my first stint. We went out, managed to get it to fix. But once David got in the car, it's just broken on his outlap again, and I think it's broken the aluminium casing on the shifter. So we're out for this race, which is unfortunate.
And what was your tyre choice at the beginning there for... sorry, while we wait for that car to leave. What was your tyre choice for the start of that race? Because it was variable.
We went with slicks. We threw a Hail Mary at it, and it actually was working quite well, I thought. The track was consistently getting drier and drier. Just unfortunate what happened to the lever, really. But yeah, I think slicks was the right choice.
See you at Highlands?
Always.
Cool. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
So we're just watching Chris Wall unlapping himself for Conley Webley. I actually thought that was for position, but no, Wall's actually a lap down on Webley, so he's actually managed to catch up and get a lap back. So Conley's still got the windscreen wipers on, so there might be just still the odd little flit of rain out there, but again, Wall's in the 107s, Duncan Cundall-Curry in the 109s, Conley Webley in the 109s. So Chris Wall definitely with an advantage on the slick tyre, as we just heard there from Paul Booth. They went out on a slick and threw a little bit of a Hail Mary at it. I actually reckon it would have been a good deal if they didn't have the mechanical issues. Certainly being on a slick right now, other than Dan Kelly, who's like he's just cranking around on a radial style intermediate sort of tight wet in the 105. So he's good in both disciplines, in the dry and in the wet, on whatever tyre he's running as the race leader. So the pit window is now closed. So Bartlett had actually taken his stop. So that's a good performance. He was up inside the top 4 as the Scholes MX-5 is back on pit lane. It's got the headlight cover adrift there on the left front corner. We heard that go past before. So that's a K-Series Honda-powered MX-5. Looked like he was going to pit. There was nobody there, and he's continued back out on pit lane. So that might have actually been a drive-through, potentially. Weird one. I'm not sure what's going on with that one. So the gap we're looking at is 3rd to 4th. Duncan Cundall-Curry in the BMW M1 and Chris Wall in the Honda Civic. Looking at the timing, The gap is down to about 30 seconds. So it'll be close, but I think Wall will probably have enough to get to the BMW. So yeah, just the left front little headlight cover with the MX-5 is flapping around there on the left front corner. It's Tommy Almiger in the 86, so he's 8th. There's James Mitchell just up ahead, is in the 7th position. So he's chasing down Donovan Eisted for 6th, but I think Donovan's got a lap on Mitchell. So Kelly now by 2 laps over Conley Webley, as Chris Wall chases down Duncan Cundall-Curry for potentially 3rd. Crystal leads Class 5 overall, and he's got about a lap on the 77 of Andrew Bartlett. So Bartlett looking for a podium in Class 5 in the number 77 Honda Integra. Tommy Almiger going to the outside of Nico Scholes. So Scholes just limping around by the looks of it, with Chris Wall now looking to try and go by. I think it's actually got that left side skirt. Oh, no, that's just an aero thing. It just looked like it was dragging down on the ground, but Scholes might have just been getting out of the way of those two guys as well. So he's started late. He pulled into the pits off the race start. Was about 7 or 8 laps down, and he's further laps down. He's now scored as like 35 laps down. So he's a fair way back out. Having some dramas. Had some dramas in the early stages. Brought out, I think, the first safety car. It actually parked it off the side of the front straight at Ruapuna to bring out the first safety car for the 1 hour for classes 4 and 5. Back to our race leader, Dan Kelly in the 183 BMW M3. Wide body, up to 3.5 litre class car. Just having a look there, right front of the bonnet. It may not be either the bonnet clip or something, but just was a fairly big gap over the top of the headlight with the right front. Oh yeah, definitely a little bit of separation there. So the race leader potentially might have a little bit of a drama going here. Definitely on the main straight with the fastest part of the race circuit here at Teretonga, there was quite a big gap with the right front corner of the bonnet on that K. Can't quite see it through the slower stuff over the back of the circuit, but yeah, we'll just keep an eye on that. I mean, he's got a 2-lap advantage over Conley Webley. So here's Chris Wall putting a lap on the 9 of James Mitchell. Now, Wall's gap to the Cundall-Curry BMW is now down to about 20 seconds. He's doing 107s. Cundall-Curry's doing 109, so 3 seconds a lap. So in the next 5 laps with 12 minutes left to go, I think you're going to see a little Honda Civic on top of a BMW M1. The M3 continues to lead. Definitely got an issue with the right front corner on the bonnet. With the 183 has Dan Kelly, but it's mainly on the front straight. Whether it's copped a hit from a chunk of tyre or something, or it's maybe just got a bonnet clip that's not quite secure. Anyway, doesn't look like to be concerning too many major issues for him out there on track at the moment. Last lap was a 105.4. Best lap's been a 104.6, so he's cruising around and still fast. 4 seconds quicker than anybody else except Chris Wall, who was a 106.2 on the last lap, so he was only about 8 tenths slower. Donovan Eisted's just done a PB at a 108.6 on that last lap. That was his 39th lap. So we are 11 minutes left to go here in the first of our 1 hour races here at Teretonga. definitely that right front with a little issue on the race leader's BMW, number 183. Likewise, Nico Scholes has definitely got the headlight cover waving around. So Connolly Webley just up ahead of him. Again, just still the windscreen wipers on. Webley still second, 2 laps down on the leader. I think he'll be safe enough that Chris Wall won't be able to get to him for second overall. So Connolly will be looking for a good result here. He had a solid North Island series in this car, which has been fully rebuilt in the off-season. He had Ayrton Hodson helping him out with engineering duties up north as the Toby Elbinger 86 is back on pit lane. So that's definitely not scheduled because that's out of the pit lane window. So Connolly Webley, second overall, second in class. He's got Duncan Cundall Curry in behind him, but a lap down in the 101. And he's been chased down by Chris Wall in the Honda Civic for a potential podium here for the 1 hour. So we've got the 1 hour for classes 1, 2 and 3 at the conclusion of this one, and then we'll have a little lunch break and get prepared and start the 3 hour for the second round of the South Island Endurance Series here at Teretonga Park Raceway. 5th round of the New Zealand Endurance Series. And this weekend brought to you by Brazier Scaffolding and Allied 24/7 Petroleum. Nathan down on pit lane.
Yeah, mate, I've just seen the Toyota 86 come into the pit lane, and it looks like they're coming in for fuel.
Ah,
Yep, so, and I know that the fuel tanks on these are very touch and go on an hour, but I guess with all this green flag running, they have run it till it's empty and haven't quite been able to make it home.
you'll see it's got Connolly Webley's name on the side of the car because that'll be their regular car for the 86 series, but definitely Toby is racing the car. So that's, yeah, okay, that's an interesting one. That is an interesting one. All right, back to the race leader, Dan Kelly. So we've just noticed a little issue with the right front corner of the bonnet on that car, but he's comfortably out in front. Like, even if they have to and they come in, they can just throw some race tape at it to be fine. He's got a 2-lap advantage over Connolly Webley. Connolly Webley's name is on the side of that car, but he's out there in the black BMW Z4. The Tyre World Richmond Toyota 86. There is the actual Connolly Webley in his BMW, about to go down another lap to Kelly. So that'll put him down 3. Such has been the domination from the 6-cylinder powered BMW M3. So Toby Elbinger, number 7486, comes back out of pit lane. Kelly laps Connolly Webley. So that's first and second, but the difference is now 3 laps. 3 laps. Gap Cundall Curry to Wall is the one I'm watching on the timing monitors, and it's down to about 11 seconds. So on track, they are pretty much on the front straight. The opposite side of the track to where we are now is Kelly's just working his way up to turn 5 here at Teretonga Park Raceway. Just 2.62 kilometres long, 7 corners. Home of one of the best corners in New Zealand motorsport, turn 1, the Southern Loop. And then off the back of 1, you're pretty much in a corner the whole run up to the hairpin at 5, little kink at 6. Just a little move to the left to head back down to 7. Right, so there's Toby Elbinger. Has just come out of the pits. They've refueled that car. About to go down another lap to the race leader, Dan Kelly. Toby does a good job. Oh, he's done too good a job because he's fired it out into the gravel. I was just about to compliment him for getting offline to allow the leader up the inside, but he's got out on that little bit of damp that's still on the outside of the circuit. Has he buried the 86? He may have. It nearly went over. It actually pitched in sideways right at the end. Luckily for him, it had slowed it down. And I think he's buried the 86. This could bring out a safety car. It's not going anywhere, and the gravel traps here at Teretonga are deep. One of the crew here at the track, just on the radio to race control, and I would say we are going to see a safety car, and it's already on the move out of pit lane. So this will definitely help Chris Wall with his battle with Duncan Cundall-Curry. Oh, well, I feel for Toby because he was actually doing the right thing, but as he just found out, getting offline, the outside of the track is still a little bit damp off the racing line, and he's just slid it out and buried the little 86 through turn number 1. So the safety car is out. Dan Kelly, Connolly Webley, 1 and 2. But there's a couple of laps different between those two. Duncan Cundall-Curry and Chris Wall should just about be nose to tail. They haven't got onto the back of this queue yet, and they will be very, very shortly. So that's going to be the battle for the third and final podium, with just 4 minutes 45 left to go in this 1 hour. So there's a little bit of running water just coming down the track, and he actually tripped through that trying to get offline and let the leader go through. It didn't so much go over, but it definitely got up on 2 wheels, but it had sort of slowed itself down enough that it didn't end up going there. But yeah, unfortunately for Toby, thought he was doing the right thing, but there's just a little trail of water running from the outside of the circuit down into 1, and he's run through that, unsettled the car. It sucked it up into the wet stuff on the outside of the circuit and fired him off through the little bit of grass that's over there, and then into the gravel trap, the very, very deep gravel trap through the southern loop. So this might actually help Duncan Cundall-Curry, because with the extraction of that car, potentially, do we finish on a yellow flag, on a safety car? Because there's only 3.5 minutes left to go here. And Wall, before the safety car, was within about 10 seconds and chasing down the BMW for 3rd overall, but now is right in behind. So he hadn't actually managed to get the pass done before this safety car. So this could be interesting. Got the recovery tractor down there already, but it's going to need to be a quick extraction. And Duncan Cundall-Curry and his team will be sweating on this one to bring out the checkered flag, because he's vulnerable with Wall right in behind him on a slick tyre versus a treaded tyre for the BMW for 3rd and 4th overall. So they're pretty much at the back of the queue, but it is for position. So the field's just gone through past Almaga. Two minutes 45 left to go. The 101 team will be looking at this going, yeah, no, take your time. Take your time. You've got all the time in the world, guys. We're quite happy where we are on the podium, but there's a little Honda Civic parked right up my back bumper, and I don't want to see a restart. So they'll get that extracted. Class 1, 2 and 3 1-hour cars will be getting ready down there on pit lane. They won't be too far away from getting assembled and out there. 2 minutes left to go. 2 minutes left to go. They still haven't got this car out. The Duncan Cundall-Curry team will be going, yep, no, leave it there. Just leave it there. So safety car board out on the front straight. No last lap sign as yet. If we go to a restart, it's going to be crucial for the 3rd and final podium. It's not for class, it's for overall. Minute and a half. No signs of a last lap board on the front straight here for me in race control. We'll keep an eye on that as they continue to extract the 86, the number 74, 86. All right, Nathan, what do you got?
Thanks, mate. I'm just down here with Jaden Ransley. Right, you've been out here for the last couple of minutes. I've seen you looking up and down the lane. What are your thoughts on track conditions, and what are you going to go for?
Unsure at the moment, to be honest. We've got both tyres ready to go. It's a bit of a dry line forming, so just having a look now and seeing how dry it gets before our race. Obviously, we've still got 20 minutes before we start, so
I'd be on slicks.
You can go out on wets and then you run your tyre to nothing and you end up boxing, or you can just go out on slicks and have a crack. So I'm sure there'll be plenty of action for people to watch at home, and it'll be good fun.
And how you find the adjustment to the Super Tourer now? You enjoying driving that?
Yeah, it's really cool. Reece owns the car, Reece Gould, so it's awesome to have the opportunity to come out here and drive it and show what the supercar can do, Super Tourer can do against some of the Porsche 992s and stuff like that. It's been a really fast car, and looking forward to showing it off in the race.
All right, all the best for the race, and hopefully we'll talk to you afterwards.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Nathan. Yeah, so Jaden Ransley getting prepared. So, look, I'd be going to slicks, but if you're offline and you don't... Oh, I've got the checkered flag. We do have a checkered flag, so that is going to save the 101 team for a podium. Chris Wall was the other way. He's going, I want to restart. I want to restart. And that's how it's going to end. So, yeah, so Jaden talking about not sure yet with still 20 minutes left to go before the race start for the second 1 hour. Offline, you don't necessarily have the choice in some of the crucial places to put the car where it needs to be to make a pass with a bigger field of 24 plus. But if everyone went out on a wet tyre, they'd all end up probably having to pit if it stayed like this at the moment. So I think slicks will be the way to go, but we'll wait and see as we get prepared for that one. So the checkered flag did come out for that one. Dan Kelly, Connolly Webley, Duncan Cundall, Curry in third, just because they didn't get the restart, and that will be lucky for them because Chris Wall was right behind him for that restart in fourth position overall. But we'll take out Class 5 from Andrew Bartlett and Donovan Eisted. So that's how the 1 hour finishes. Only the one safety car, and it was about 5 minutes to go. So Dan Kelly, Connolly Webley, Duncan Cundall, Curry, first, second and third, taking out Class 4, 1, 2 and 3. Chris Wall, Andrew Bartlett, Donovan Eisted, fourth, fifth and sixth, and 1, 2 and 3 in Class 5, followed by James Mitchell. Ben Groves in the MR2. Toby Elminger will be a DNF. Where did the Walters RX-8 end up? I'm not too sure. I think they were still... They actually might have ended up in pit lane as well. So no doubt about the winner, Dan Kelly, with a dominating result here. And Duncan Cundall Curry will be thanking the little baby Jesus and that safety car for the ability for Chris Wall to not be able to get around him for the third and final podium. Kelly, Webley, Cundall, Curry. All right, let's have a look at some of the replays throughout this race. So this was the earlier on with the Cundall Curry BMW, just having that little off, just dropping the right side tyres off over the exit. Later on in the race, it was a little bit more than that, and he's ended up rotating it out of turn number 7, which dropped him back and into the clutches of Chris Wall, who went on to change to slicks and was closing the gap at a rate of about 3 seconds a lap. So it was a good probably 15 to 20 seconds that the 101 lost there at that part of the racetrack. Went off a fair way, but managed to continue on, and in the end ended up with a podium, but was very, very lucky. This guy here, Dan Kelly, absolutely dominated like he did at Ruapuna, and taking out the victory. Did it easily by at least a couple of laps. Nico Scholes had some issues at the start of the race and through the middle, and this was the only safety car, and I would say the 74's got a box of beers heading towards them from the 101 Cundall Curry team to bring out the safety car, and that didn't allow for the Chris Wall Honda Civic to get to him. Down onto the racetrack with Nathan and talk to our podium winners.
Great drive, mate. happy to come home P1?
Yeah, very happy with the end result, and yeah, big thanks to my sponsors and my dad and my family and everyone for getting me out here. Yeah, really appreciate it.
And you're feeling confident going into Highlands that you can keep this form going?
Yeah, feeling confident. Luckily, I've got a really good team behind me that works on the car, including Richard Knowles, keeping the car nice and reliable. So, yeah, hopefully we can keep the pace and finish well in Highlands.
Well done, mate. 2 from 2. Carry on the good work, and we'll see you at Highlands.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Conley, I'll grab you, mate. Stellar drive. I know you're new to this business, but you're doing a great job. How did you find that race?
Oh, I really enjoyed it. Thought I'd struggle on the wet tyre because it started to turn pretty dry, but I really enjoyed myself and I had fun, so that's the main thing.
And are you looking forward, moving forward into the last round? You're looking forward to going to Highlands? Have you done a lot of laps around there?
I've done a few, but never in the sky. I haven't done that many, so I'm really looking forward to Highlands.
Well done, mate. Is there anyone you want to thank?
All my sponsors, mum, dad, brother and sister, Boss Og, Steve Sullivan, and just everyone that helped get me here.
Top lad. Right, mate. Well done. He's going to be a young fellow to watch moving forward because he's been very good.
The story of this last one, Nathan, is going to be that safety car. It has absolutely saved Duncan Kundal-Curry, eh? Absolutely saved him.
Duncan. P3 Duncan Kundal-Curry. I'll get it right, mate. You were thankful for that safety car at the end?
Yeah, Chris was catching us really quickly. He was on slicks, so 2 seconds a lap, I'm told. So it kind of a mixed blessing. I started to up the pace at the end, but as you probably saw a few laps prior to that, I ran out of talent and rode. So a bit of a spin, which probably gave Chris a bit more chance. So looking forward to taking it to Highlands now.
Perfect, mate. We'll see you there. Well done, P3.
Thanks, Nathan. Yeah, he definitely will be go and buy a lotto ticket, I reckon. It'd be the go for that one for that podium because there was a little Honda Civic that was going to go by him on slicks. So 1, 2 and 3, Dan Kelly, Conley Webley and Duncan Kundal-Curry, and that'll be 1, 2 and 3 in Class 5. And for Class 4, Chris Wall, Andrew Bartlett and Donovan Eisted. So Hondas 1, 2 and 3 in Class 4 overall for 1 hour. Classes 4 and 5. So they've got one more round left to go, like everybody else at Cromwell, Highlands Motorsport Park. One of the most amazing motorsport places anywhere in the world. It is absolutely spectacular. If you've never been to Highlands, even if you're not necessarily a huge motorsport fan, if you're travelling through the South Island and want to visit Cromwell, which is a cool little place in its own right, and it's only an hour sort of out of Queenstown, not too far away from Wanaka and Arrowtown and places like that. It's worth a visit because it's not just a racetrack. It's the whole deal around Highlands with the museum. You've got various driver things you can go out, go for rides in the taxis and different race cars and things like that. You've got the forest, the whole deal down there. It's such a cool place. So even as a tourist destination, it's well worth going and having a look at. We are going to be back with more with the second of our 1 hours, not too far away here at Teretonga Park Raceway.
Join me on a nationwide refuel roadie as I discover how Allied Petroleum keeps business moving. Nick,
Hey Greg.
how are you, mate?
Very good, mate. Yourself?
Not bad. You might take a seat. It's obviously smoko time.
Yeah. Lunchtime here at Everfresh.
Got the Oreos out. It's
Yep.
good stuff.
Healthy choice.
It's good being in Hawke's Bay and talking about Hawke's Bay success stories. And Everfresh is one of those.
Everfresh started 20 years ago, just carting apples locally in the harvest season.
Hence the name, I suppose.
Yes, hence the name, mate. Yes, for the Crasbourne brothers, and has grown from there to doing container transport, bulk, aggregates, earthworks. Yeah, just a bit of everything to 35 fleet trucks now.
That's a fairly big undertaking. Fair bit of good management required there to keep all that moving along.
So we use a lot of Allied Petroleum lubes, engine oils, hydraulic oils, gear oils for the servicing of our trucks in our on-site workshop.
So she's a complete service.
Complete in-house service, Greg, yep.
A bit of a tiger for punishment, I reckon.
Yeah, we are.
I can see over there, nice big on-site storage there by Allied Petroleum.
Yep, 30,000 litre on-site tank, 1 million litres a year we're using.
Wow.
Yep, and a bit of AdBlue as well, and we've also got a 1,100 litre trailer tanker that we use for the off-site.
I'm sure you've got a project going on somewhere at the moment.
Currently we're doing erosion control for the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, where we cart about 15,000 cubic metres of aggregate over to be dumped on the West Shore beach to save the houses from washing away to sea.
Hey mate, it's been great catching up. I really appreciate your time. Our team at Allied Petroleum are on the money there.
They're doing a good job, never run out, that's the logo.
That is the logo,
Yep.
yeah. I'm in my own backyard next time, learning firsthand how the wine industry in Hawke's Bay needs a reliable fuel partner to keep the vintage flowing. If you'd like to know more about how Allied Petroleum keeps business moving, head to alliedpetroleum.co.nz.
Hessel's Poultry Farm is a family-run business situated in the heart of the Horowhenua that produce over 800,000 eggs a week to your community. With 60 years experience, this fourth-generation business know how to look after their customers. They truly are locals looking after locals all over New Zealand. Head into your local supermarket and make sure you ask for New Day free-range eggs or morning harvest eggs. Hessel's Poultry Farm supply fresh, quality eggs to your local community. They are the pride of Foxton. The St. Nicholas is a familiar sight around Bluff as she steams out to capture can-do fishing's famous Bluff kinner. Once caught, the kinner is brought back to the purpose-built factory in Bluff where it is processed, packed and shipped fresh to you. But that's not all that can-do fishing can do for you. Try some of their green-bone fish or delicious power products and you will soon see why seafood from the Bluff is world famous. So head to your local fish market or supermarket and ask for can-do fishing kinner, fish or power. Can-do fishing, there's nothing we can't do for you.
It doesn't matter how hard the job is, we suck it up and get it done. No matter how dirty our hands have to get, we suck it up and get it done. Suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Out for suck's sake, suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Out for suck's sake, suck it up.
Suck it up and get it done with suckitup.co.nz.
The right machinery and attention to detail is what it takes to produce precision engineering. At Phantom Engineering, they can do exactly that. Whether it's a race car or trailer build, or even alterations, through to anything you need built for the home, your work, or the farm. Come and chat to our team that will take the hassle away. The right gear, the right knowledge, and the right team. Phantom Engineering, 317 Waihola Highway, Melbourne, New Zealand.
If you break it, we can fix it. If you want it, we can build it at Phantom Engineering.
All right, welcome back to Teretonga. 1 hour. Classes 1, 2 and 3 just heading out on track. This is a very, very good lineup. Very, very good lineup with some very, very exotic cars, some very, very different cars, some home builds up against some of the GT3 cars, Porsche Cup cars, XV8 Super Tourers. We already heard from Jaden Ransley a little bit earlier on. So should be 24 out there on track very, very shortly for the 1 hour. So again, 20-minute pit window opening, 20 minutes before the end of the 1 hour pit window closes. Compulsory timed pit stop. Cannot take your compulsory times pit stop on a safety car. So we've still got more cars coming out of the pit area here at Teretonga. That is the assembly grid here at the racetrack. There's Dwayne Carter. So first time this car's been seen in New Zealand. It's an ex-American Series Trofeo spec Lamborghini Hurricane. Good to catch up with Dwayne a little bit earlier on briefly before I come over to commentary. Jordan Mickles, one of the local hopes in the Australian-built Mark II Mustang, built by Pace Innovations on the Gold Coast over in Australia. Paul Seprenek. So Paul spent quite a bit of time over here during the years, especially with the V8 Super Tourers, engineering various cars. I think the last time we were here at Invercargill, he was engineering Andre Heimgartner, from memory. Let's have a look at the starting lineup. So Jordan Mickles threw one in fairly late to snatch pole off Steve Brooks. So the Brooks riding Porsche GT3 Cup car starting out at 2. Hugh Gardner from 3. Round 1 winner at Ruapuna 2 weeks ago. Paul Kelly out of grid position 4. He finished on the podium 2 weeks ago in Christchurch. Grid position 5, former series champion Adam Julian in the Audi R8. Jaden Ramsley out of 6 in the Super Tourer Ford Falcon. Caleb Patterson, a young Queenslander out of Australia, in the Kent Quinn Organics Porsche, first of the GT4 cars, and Vin Shelp in another one of the Porsches out of position number 8. On to grid number 9 for the Martin Dippy, Alan Dippy Mitre 10 Trade Porsche 992. Dwayne Carter out of 10 on debut in that Lamborghini for the first time this weekend. Blake Knowles in another one of the Porsches out of 11. Steve Scholes from 12 in the Ginetta, the second of the GT4 qualifiers. Gary Derrick in a Porsche. Scott O'Donnell in the first of the TCR Hyundais out of 14. The Bushell McFarlane Porsche out of 15. That is an LS Chevrolet powered Porsche RSR. Yes. David Rogers out of 16 in the McLaren 570 GT4. Scotty McDermott in the 2JZ 86 out of 17. James Patterson out of 18 in the 4-cylinder powered Audi R8. Russell McKenzie in a brand new Porsche GT4 that debuted in Christchurch 2 weeks ago out of 19. John Mackay in another one of the Seat TCRs out of grid number 20. John Beck and Pal Arnott complete the lineup of 22, which looked to be on the grid. Maybe a couple missing from qualifying, so I'm pretty sure we had 24 cars. Now, a late change here by the looks of it for Pal Arnott in the Hayden Paddon run Hyundai i30N TCR car. I would say they're going to go to a slick tyre. So some have decided to start on a wet. I would say, Nathan, I'm thinking the majority are on slicks.
You'd be right there. I was actually walking up and down the grid before they went out on track, and this is going to sound really weird, but there were 6 wet tyres out on cars. So there's one of the other TCR cars that is running wets on the rear and slicks on the front.
Oh, wow.
So they are just banking to try, because the TCR cars are so hard to get rear tyre temp into. They're going to leave the wets on the back and run slicks on the front. So these guys have decided that they're going to run slicks all the way around. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works out for them.
Okay, obviously the TCR cars are front-wheel drive, so that makes sense. I can't think of the last time I saw something go out with half-half combination. Only in the South Island. Who's your pick, Nathan? Who's your pick?
I think you've got to be a betting man, and you've got to put it on the local boy, Jordan Mickles.
Okay.
He has got some serious experience around here, and he knows how to extract the speed out of that Mark Mustang.
All right, well, he chased down Hugh Gardner at Ruapuna. There was an undercut and a positional change during the pit stop cycles there, and the Porsche was a little bit better over the longer runs. So I'm going to go with Hugh Gardner. There you go. All right. So what a fantastic lineup we have here for the second of our 1 hours today here at Teretonga Park Raceway. Classes 1, 2 and 3. Hugh Gardner was a last start winner at Ruapuna. And his Porsche 991.2 MR. Car Wash King, Timaru, Porsche. Jordan Mickles finished on the podium, but just didn't quite have the car balance or the tyre at the end of the race. And they just lost a little bit of time on the exchange with the pit stops, where he decided to pit on the restart after the safety car inside the pit lane window, but lost a little bit of time on the pit in with making that stop. Now, we've still got the Pal Arnott TCR Hyundai on pit lane, but on slick tyres, so should be able to start out of pit lane. He was a little bit further back on the grid anyway, so it shouldn't hurt him too much as we go green. 1 hour, classes 1, 2 and 3, and it is super, super busy. Down into turn 1, the southern loop. You don't want to be too far offline. You can see that little pool of water just running down the racetrack onto the racing line. Hasn't caught anyone out as Ransley and Steve Brooks went side by side through the southern loop. Mickles with the early advantage. Hugh Gardner with a fantastic start off the second row. Slots into the second position. Rest of the field sorting themselves out. Adam Julian back there with, I think, the 9 of Vin Shelp and Marco Shelp. So that'll be just up inside the top 10 on this first lap, 1 hour. Oh, McFarlane's off in the Porsche. And that's the McDermott 2J86. And we've got one of the Audis backwards just in the front of that shot. So that was on the run from 4-5 up to 3-4 and run up to 5. And there was a fair bit going on there. But the McFarlane Porsche was definitely facing the wrong direction. Don't think it's going to bring on a safety car, but there's definitely yellows over on that part of the racetrack. So what happened there? There was a fair bit going on there. So Jordan Mickles on his first lap already sub 60 seconds, down into the 59s for the young Southlander. So Dwayne Carter's lost a couple of positions off the start. He's back in 12th. Headlights on for Hugh Gardner, chasing down Jordan Mickles. Very experienced Hugh Gardner. As Nathan alluded to, Jordan Mickles with a lot of experience here, especially at Teretonga, as Steve Brooks clears the Jaden Ransley Falcon Professional Super Tourer. Paul Kelly just in behind. Then it's Adam Julian next in shot. The Audi R8. So it was the other Audi that was facing the wrong direction, the little 4-cylinder turbo example. That would have been, I think, the 24 of James Patterson. You had the McFarlane Bushel Porsche LS Chev facing the wrong direction. And the McDermott, Scotty McDermott Toyota 86 with the 2J turbocharged 6-cylinder in it was also part of that exchange on the opening lap over there at 3-4 on the run up to 5. So no safety car. Things have just settled down a little bit. Jordan Mickles with Gardner parked right up underneath the rear wing of the Mark II Mustang. I know Jordan was really looking forward to this weekend. Home track. Got the headlights flashing. So that's the 4-cylinder Audi R8 that was facing the wrong direction early. James Patterson, very unique little race car. It's a 4-cylinder Audi turbocharged power plant in an older generation Audi R8 GT3 car. Something a little bit different. So Jordan Mickles in the Mark II Mustang. So this is one of the earlier, well, it's still a current generation Mark car. But in Australia, they've sort of haven't been replaced. So they were sort of superseded by the international race car, innovation race cars. Oh, the Audi's off again. The little 4-cylinder turbocharged car's just gone off, and we've got a red light here on the front straight. Nathan, have you picked something up?
Yeah, mate. I've got a perfect viewing position up here on top of the International Motorsport truck. And unfortunately, out of turn 3, the 4-cylinder Audi just lost the rear and ended up on the grass. And because it's been so wet here this morning, it did not slow down before it managed to get the wall. So I don't think that car will be back out on track today, unfortunately.
So it has actually made contact with the wall. So the issue for the red is potentially maybe a bit of a wall repair, if anything else, as it plucked some tyres out of the earth bank maybe. Just saw the end of it on the pictures. So red flag is out. Cars are stopped on the main straight. And Jordan Mickles and Hugh Gardner didn't have a lot of time to get that stopped up because that was fairly low. Oh, yeah, definitely some damage to the front end of the Canyon Brewing. Number 24 of James Patterson. So it's definitely made contact. So, yeah, Nathan's down there on one of the International Motorsport Transporter. So Nathan's day job is he's actually the Porsche Motorsport boss for New Zealand for Gill Traps. So James is moving around in the car, just getting attended to there at the moment, so that's good to see. But if Nathan's jumped on there, I would say it was fairly hard contact because he's seen a lot of racing. Nathan's actually raced himself here. He was based down here in Invercargill for 6 or 7 years. And the last time I was here 10 years ago, he was racing his 3rd season of NZV8s down here. So he's also done a little bit of speedway. And Nathan's currently plying his trade. And are you just sort of doing lemons racing up north, Nathan, with a little Suzuki Swift? Is it that lemon style deal?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we've got a wee Suzuki Swift we do 6-hour racing in, which is just a bit of fun. Funny enough, I managed to drag a few of the usual culprits out of it, out of this series as well. Like Sam Fillmore joins me, Johnny Reed's been there. We go out and have some fun, and that's what we all try to do.
Just looking at the pictures here, Nathan, there's a fair amount of debris. Yeah, I can see where it's gone off. So on the run, I think off the exit of 1 on the approach to 2, up to 3, there's a fair amount of debris off the track, and you can see the tyre marks. I've just got back into karting myself after 30 years, mate. We've been doing some endurance stuff down in the southern states of Australia. And 18 months ago, we raced at a little place called Lithgow, which is on the run to Bathurst out of Sydney. And it actually snowed in the middle of a 6-hour race we were doing with 4-stroke endurance karts. And I've never raced in the snow before, and I'm a Kiwi. Here's the replay. That was the replay? No, this is the extraction. We got the Winton Cranes trucks. So we had the Hilton haulage trucks, which are the mainstay up at Ruapuna. The Winton Cranes trucks are the mainstays down here in Teretonga. Right, here's a rearward shot just up in front of one of the Super Tourers by the looks of it. Oh, yeah, that's gone off at a high speed. And, yeah, right into that earth bank just past where those spectators are sitting. So that's pretty much opposite where I am here at Race Control. And that has, shed a lot of parts and done a lot of damage to the front of the car. But I'd say it's done a little bit of damage to the tyre wall as well. So that brought out the red flag with Hugh Gardner parked up behind Jordan Mickles. There's the aftermath. That's what we first saw right underneath our camera position. So, yeah, it's hard contact. So that was the second spin. This is another view potentially of it. Exit stage right. Again, just the aftermath of it, but it slid for a long way, and I did talk about it earlier on. If you got off track here on the grass in that shape, you go a long way off. So that'll be a pickup and loaded on the tray of the Winton Cranes transporter there. But yeah, getting back into a little bit of motor racing myself. That Suzuki Swift stuff sounds like a bit of fun, Nathan. I might have to get a Motorsport New Zealand licence and hit you up and come over and have a play. But yeah, the snowing in the middle of an endurance kart race. I've never been so cold in my life at a motor racing event racing. And B, the fat boys were really quick in the wet because we had extra traction. So that looks, I think that's James Patterson down there at the car. So he's out of the car. He's okay. He's just talking to, I think, one of his crew guys just to say what happened. And, well, the aftermath is definitely, it's hurt, the car. And it's going on the back of the transporter. So this is the rearward shot. That's one of the Super Tourers just in behind it. Oh, was there a little bit of contact there maybe? That was awkward if there was. So it was out of 2 on the approach to 3. So it was just making the left-hander on the approach to 3 out of 2, and might have just been a little hint of contact there. Potentially there with that one, but certainly brings out the red flag. So we'll get this race resumed. Jordan Mickles at the front of the queue, Hugh Gardner, Steve Brooks, Jaden Ransley, Paul Kelly, Adam Julian, Vin Shelp, Caleb Patterson in the Organics GT4, first of the Class 3 cars. The GT4 category cars all running in Class 3. 3.5 litre plus, or any car constructed as an FIA GT4 car, excluding those cars that fit into Classes 1 and 2. Class 1, of course, for cars constructed as FIA GT3 specification, post-2007. Any car of the future or Gen 3 spec Australian V8 supercar. We haven't seen any in this year's series. Any Mark GT car, so that covers the original Mark cars, which were the Mazda 3 and Ford Focus body cars, with the... No, I can't remember if they ran LS3s or the Coyotes in the first generation car. Then the Mark 2s, which predominantly were the Mustangs with the LSs in them. And then also the IRC version of that car, the later generation, which Danny Stuttard's taken over that business. Still built by Pace Innovations on the Gold Coast. There's a few here in New Zealand now. The Mark Petch-owned Mercedes-bodied car recently changed hands. John DeVeth has purchased that car that Gene Rollinson won one of the 1 hour races at Hampton Downs a couple of months ago. So I think James Parker had a Camaro-bodied one up there at Hampton Downs. I think there's at least another one rolling around. But in Australia, they've been running as part of the High-Tech Super Series around with AASA over there. They've just come off the round at Malala in South Australia, which is cool because they haven't had any national motor racing there for a long, long time. So TA2 ran there and IRC. And the IRCs with the Merc-bodied cars, Ford Mustang version now and the Camaro. And they're about to release in the next month or so an Aston Martin-bodied car. So not 100% sure exactly which model it is, whether it's a DBR9, whatever the current generation sort of GT3 car is. Very similar body style to that. So that's the newest version of the IRC cars. That will be available, and there's a few cars obviously here in New Zealand. There's a few cars gone up into the US that are left-hand drive, and quite a few now based in Australia. So they're looking to grow that category going forward as well. Nathan, back down there on pit lane while we've got this red flag. You've got young Ronan. That $1,000 challenge to come up and commentate with me and not drive the race car still stands.
Jamie's just saying that $1,000 challenge to just ditch the helmet and go and commentate with him instead. That still stands, mate. What do you reckon?
Oh, nothing beats driving a GT3 car around any race circuit. But no, it's been pretty hairy day so far here at Teretonga, I think, hasn't it, Nathan? It's been, and as we see now with the red flag, it's obviously some stuff's gone wrong for a couple of people. So yeah, hopefully we don't have too much trouble in our race later on today.
So wind the clock back, maybe about an hour. You rolled out for qualifying. What were the conditions like, and was the track coming to you, or did the car evolve in those conditions?
Yeah, I think our car was really good at the start. Well, I think we just, unfortunately, we kind of got the tyre pressures a bit wrong and over-pressured the car, and so we went out and we were really fast out the box, but then probably should have made the call to come in and repressure them, because then our tyres sort of overheated a little bit, whereas I think the track actually, like you just said, got better because it wasn't raining, so the more cars running on it sort of swept the track, and then unfortunately, because by then our tyres had sort of gone off, everyone else who had maybe pressured their tyres to come on a bit later when the track was better sort of had a bit of an advantage, so just didn't quite work, but you learn from those things and you try and fix it for next time. It's all part of the experience toolbox.
Well, mate, you're off the front row for the 3 hour. You've got good team. You showed your pace and absolute class at Ruapuna. What do you reckon is going to happen today? Do you reckon you're going to have it easy, or do you reckon it's going to be a real dogfight right to the end?
I think actually the reason why I was walking over the pit wall was just have a look and check the surface, because at the moment, and we've just seen that incident that's just happened, I think was just a case of obviously everyone's out there on a slick tyre because there's a dry racing line, but even if you go a little bit offline, it's damp. So it looked like that with that incident that's just happened, he's obviously ended up in the wet part of the circuit a little bit, and then obviously it hasn't ended so well. So I think that's going to be the biggest challenge today. At the moment, it will definitely be a slick tyre for the start of the race, but if it starts to rain again, or depending on if that offline, whether it dries or not, that's going to make it really challenging, especially to make a pass as well, because slick tyre on a wet surface never ends well, as we've just seen.
Nathan, just quickly from me, can you just ask him, so if Ronan's starting, is Hayden or Kane getting in the car second?
Jamie would like to know, now we know that you are starting the race, who's getting in next?
Oh, we'll have to wait and see. We can't reveal too much information.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Yeah, got to keep some of that stuff top secret. We left it to the last minute to decide who was going to qualify. So, but no, we're just trying something different. I think everyone runs the conventional AM to Pro driver in these races, and we just thought we'd try something different, and especially at a track like this where I think it's going to be really difficult to pass and difficult to make up times. So we just thought we'd try something different, and obviously the weather's going to play a big part in it. And honestly, I think it's going to be a really exciting race. We've got 6 really good GT3 cars with really good drivers and really good teams. So I think for anyone watching at home, it's going to be a really, really top shelf race, and it's great. Great that the 27 boys have come back. They obviously competed at Nerdex, so it's great to have them back in the field, and it's going to make for a really good battle this afternoon. I can't wait, and hopefully at the end of the day, the 89 Mag and Turbo Pertec Lamborghini is going to be in that number 1 spot.
All right, mate, I look forward to talking to you after the race, so all the best.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Thank you, Nathan. Such a well-spoken young man. So going back to the $1,000 challenge, I offered Ronan $1,000 at Ruapuna if he'd get out of the car and come up and commentate with me, because having heard Ronan do a bit of commentary over the last 12 to 18 months here in New Zealand, he's very credentialed and very well spoken and does a very, very good job. The other one, who I hold in very, very high regard, and I might have had a little bit to do with not training him, but in the early days helping him out when he helped us out with a bit of co-commentary, was Andrew Waite. Andrew's very, very happy to be driving the Brazier Lamborghini. So I haven't even asked Andrew, but yeah, Andrew, arguably right now, one of the top commentators in New Zealand, definitely knows his stuff from a driving point of view, and like Ronan, very, very well spoken. So still a little bit of downtime here. I would say it's more to do with, well, the combination of still getting the car off the track and probably just doing a little bit of a repair to the tyre wall with the earth bank there. I saw one of the tractors just roll around and with a bucket on, just probably helping to replace a few of those back into position. So we shouldn't be too far away from a restart here for the 1 hour, the second of our races here this morning. This is for classes 1, 2 and 3. So the red flag just 3 minutes 47 seconds into the race. So we'd actually only completed a couple of laps. So I think I can hear some engines firing up down there on the front straight. So weather conditions continue to improve. That pretty much grey overcast over the top of us has broken up a little bit. Doesn't look so much like it on that picture there, but there is a little bit of white fluffy stuff in amongst some of the greys. No wind. Air temp wise, what are we temperature wise? Let's have a look. Oh, we're still not at 10 degrees. 0.65 of a kilometre an hour wind. Yeah, there's no wind. There's no wind out there. It's humid, but not hot humid. It's definitely cooler humid. So yeah, still very, very cool. I don't think it got above 11 degrees in Christchurch at the round 2 weeks ago, which for me, I'm struggling with the temperature change coming in from Brisbane now that I live over in Australia. Thank you to Jimmy Hewlett and Kate Bartlett and the South Island Endurance team for inviting us over to come and help out with us. I did the North Island rounds as well. Really, really enjoyed myself up there, and I've enjoyed myself at Ruapuna. And so far here today, it was a little bit of a long day yesterday getting over from Brisbane, but hey, it's cool, and it's been fantastic catching up with a lot of people I haven't seen for a long, long time over this side of the ditch. So, and great to see endurance racing really, really strong down this part of the world, with some very, very good cars. And there are more cars around the country that can compete in this. Obviously, getting across the gap between the North and the South Island hasn't got any cheaper. So from an economy thing, obviously there's a little bit of that going on, but hopefully both the North Island Series and the South Island Series continue to gain in strength going forward, because we do have some very, very good race cars in the country and some very, very good race car drivers, both professionally and amateur, which is what this series is all about. So the Patterson Canyon Brewing Audi is being dispatched unceremoniously on the grass over the back of the pit area as our 1 hour classes 1, 2 and 3 cars are back out on track. That's our view. So I'm on the second level underneath that. That's race control at the top of the tower. I'm on the second tower. You can't see me. The boys are asking me to wave. You can't see me. I'm too short. I can't see over the desktop. But yeah, I'm commentating there from the second level. This beautiful new tower that was new about 10 or 11 years ago. State of the art here at Teretonga. Right, would you buy used cars off these three? Hayden Knighton, Kane Lawson, Ronan Murphy. Making decisions about racetracks. As Ronan said, it's that getting offline thing that's the hard part. So look, everyone will be on a slick tyre, but if you go slightly offline on a couple of the parts where it is still a little bit wet, notably the approach to one, so there's just a little bit of running water seeping out of the outside of the circuit right down onto the turn-in into one just off the racing line. So if you're a little bit wide, half a car off, like we saw with the little 86 in the previous race, you just run through that water and it drags the car out and it's ended up out in the gravel, which is what we saw earlier on. So I think we've got everyone back out there except one. So 21 for the restart. The McFarlane Bushel Porsche at the tail of the field. So that car was involved in something a little bit earlier on, as was the Patterson Audi. So they've got a little bit of catching up to do. Just right at the tail of that shot, there's that unique LS Chev powered. Hey boys, who's going in the car second? That's all I need to know as a commentator. We'll figure it out. There's the Scholes Janetta G56, so one more lap behind safety car. That'll be more about getting some tyres back up to tent, because it is very, very cool out there, still sub 10 degrees. It was actually quite tropical driving down last night from Queenstown. It was 12. I'm looking forward to the drive back tomorrow morning, going up through the ranges and back into Q-Town. So tomorrow my day is, this is Caleb Patterson on screen out of Queensland, a young racer. A very good Excel racer, has also raced in the Aussie racing cars for the Quins. So my day tomorrow is drive out of here about 7, get into Queenstown, return the rental car, go to the airport, jump on a plane, go to Wellington. We've got about 3 hours in Wellington, layover, and then on an international flight out of Wellington back into Brisbane. So I get into Brisbane about 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Australian time, and then don't have to go back to work on Monday. The boys at work figured out Thursday that we actually had a public holiday on Monday, so I get to have a little bit of respite. It's our King's birthday holiday in Queensland on Monday, so that'll be cool. I think I'll be sleeping most of it and answering phones for the shop for those that aren't on holiday in Australia. Righty-hody, let's go and do some motor racing. Red flag after just 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Lights are out on the safety car. Is that Subaru Impreza? Sorry, Subaru. I'm back in New Zealand. I've got to stop saying Subaru. It's Subaru. Right, Jordan Mickles, the Evolution Motorsport Mustang Mark II. Very, very cool looking race car. We've got the Rhodes Rickersby one in the 3 hour. Hugh Gardner and the Car Wash King Porsche 991.2 MR. Steve Brooks in the Wolfbrook GT3 Cup car, and Jaden Ransley's gone straight to his outside off the restart, and I don't think he'll be able to live out there. Just there, you can just see that little wheat coming up off the outside of the circuit. It's drying out slowly, but there is just that little bit of seepage. You don't want to be too wide on turning into one, because it'll just unsettle you and fire out into the gravel. And as we've seen already today, you get into the gravel here at Teretonga, you are in there and you ain't getting out. So Steve Brooks starting the Wolfbrook Porsche. Jaden Ransley, very good 86 racer, enjoying his time in the V8 Super Tours. They were a cool category to be a part of. So the shop I work for in Brisbane Race Products, we supplied the cambered rear ends for the Super Tours here in New Zealand. Good to see some of the old cars back out on track. So Jordan Mickles leads away from this restart. Now, he had gone sub 60 on the previous ones. It was down in the 59s. He's just gone 58.8 off the restart. So 58.8 for Jordan Mickles. So currently around here, I don't know if Wikipedia is 100% correct, but the GT3 lap record set back here in September 22 by Andrew Fawcett in the McLaren 720 GT3 car at a 54.4. All right, so Porsche what's the Porsche GT3 time around here? New Zealand V8s and the 102s. Porsche Carrera Cup, David Reynolds, 58.34. David Reynolds back in January 2009 when he was driving for the Mad Butcher. So Hugh Gardner's just gone fastest at a 57.9, so tyres just getting up to temperature. Oh, Jordan Mickles, I just watched out of the corner of my eye. He ran really wide off the exit of one, just up ahead of this group of cars. Third, fourth and fifth. Paul Kelly, fifth on the racetrack. The Paul Kelly commercial. Oh, and off the racetrack he goes. Don't turn the wheel. Don't slide. Oh, and he has ended up not quite going around, but it got back up on track and gripped up and fired him back across onto the grass. So Paul had a spin early on in the 1 hour at Ruapuna and managed to come back with the help of a couple of safety cars, and he drove beautifully as well to actually end up on the podium, but he has dropped right back to the tail of the field. And Paul Kelly will be back in probably 17th, 18th, that far back. This will be Vince Shelp, Martin Dippy. It'll be Alan starting the car. Blake Knowles just in behind them in the 117. Blake's a busy boy. He's going to jump in with Duncan Cundall-Curry in the BMW M1 for the 3 hour as well. So Blake Knowles in the Mobile colours, third car in that shot. And that's Vince Shelp and Marco Shelp in the 997 GT3. So that's one of the earlier generation GT3 Cup cars. Current generation GT3 Cup car in behind it. You can see the massive rear wing difference between those cars. Then you've got Caleb Patterson just in behind them. So that'll be 7th, 8th and 9th. Patterson will be the first of the GT4s. Completing the top 10 at the moment will be the 148 of Gary Derrick, another one of the earlier 991.2 GT3 Cup cars. There's Patterson just in the back of that shot, the distinctive green and yellow Norganics Porsche GT4. So that's the Cayman. A couple of them out there today. We've also got, what was the other new one that debuted at Ruapuna? Russell McKenzie in a brand new car that debuted at Ruapuna a couple of weeks back. Patterson's currently back. Russell McKenzie is, where's McKenzie? Back in the 19th position. He's just gone past us at race control there. As we go back to the leaders, Jordan Mickles into the 57s. 57.2 for Jordan Mickles. 57.2 for Jordan Mickles. So I think that car's certainly very quick at the hands of young Jordan. So similar to what we saw in Ruapuna 2 weeks ago, Jordan sort of went out and led early, led to the pit stop, which was interrupted by a safety car. So it was right on the 20-minute mark. They couldn't take the pit stop during the safety car. He pitted off the back of the safety car. And then Hugh, I think 1 or 2 laps later, and actually got the jump with the pit exchange. So he had a better in lap, better out lap, and that's where Jordan lost that time. Battles further back. David Rogers, 14th, Scotty McDermott, and the Scholes, Janetta G56. So that'll be 13th, 14th, 15th. So Rogers actually up into 13th now. What are we looking at? Replay here. Oh yeah, it was PK going off. So kept it, did a good job to here, and then it got back on track and actually hooked left and fired him back onto the grass. And sort of at this point, you've got little to no steering. He did in the first part of it. That's the set of tyre marks where the Audi went off to bring out the red a little bit earlier on. So pretty much the same part of the racetrack. So Paul Kelly is back. He's actually only back in 12th. So he's already picked up a heap of spots because he was back with the Hyundais and the TCRs, which was sort of 17th, 18th. So he's already picked off a few. So David Rogers in the McLaren. Now, he was in a battle group with the Janetta and who else was in there? So I think that David Rogers has had a little issue there because he was up in about 13th position. All right, the Shelps, Dippy, Knowles Porsches. So that is 6th, 7th and 8th. Just up ahead of this group will be the 84 Audi R8 LMS GT3 of Adam Julian, who was a former 1 Hour Series South Island champion. For the 3 hours, it's Glenn Brazier and Andrew Waite are the defending 3 Hour South Island champs. The Brooks Riding Audi are the current New Zealand 3 Hour champions. All right, here's Dwayne Carter. So Dwayne's in 12th on debut with this race car this weekend. Dwayne and Matt Carter, of course, familiar with the South Island Endurance Series, and Shane Hodgson, who is the boys' brother-in-law. Shane, when did Shane win the 1 hour here? Go back to 2017. So that was in one of the ex-John Bow, Brad Jones Racing supercars, which I think the family still owns. So they started off in that car, and then they progressed to an AMG Mercedes GT3 car, then the Brabham B62, which was a fabulous, absolutely fabulous car. That car is currently for sale, and this car's only just recently arrived into New Zealand, as I said earlier on in qualifying. So Dwayne's first laps were in the car yesterday. He was supposed to debut at Christchurch, but most of the parts to run the car didn't actually arrive with the car out of the US when it was shipped over. So they've got all that now and on track, and good to see it out there. So there's David Rogers. So yeah, David's back there. Now the Wolfbrook Audi as well. So are the leaders... Actually, the Wolfbrook Audi's... sorry, Porsche. No, just in lap traffic. Okay. So David Rogers has definitely lost some time somewhere because he's back in 17th. He was up in 13th, 14th, battling there with Steve Scholes. And I think it might have been the McDermott 86 a few laps earlier. So I think he might have had an off somewhere as the Wolfbrook Porsche just flashing the headlights. Rogers moves over. Jaden Ransley's next in the queue in the Super Tourer as we go back to the leaders. So Jordan Mickles now on the back of the McFarlane Bushel LS Chev-powered Porsche RSR with Hugh Gardner tucked right up underneath the rear wing. Jordan very, very narrow onto the approach to the final corner. Might allow Hugh Gardner with a little run as Jordan's relatively defensive and narrow on the front straight. In fact, very, very narrow on the approach down to 1. With that unique LS Chev powered Porsche. That thing sounds so different when it goes past. You expect it to sound like a Porsche, and it's got 6.2 litres of LS3 in the back of it. It's, again, some of that wonderful South Island Oscar-style engineering for what was once a genuine Porsche RSR endurance car, GT3 spec car. 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. With the Shelps there, the Dippy Porsche. The Dippies have just... Actually, where was the Shelp Porsche? I think that Shelp Porsche was at the head of that queue. That's the new Mackenzie Cayman GT4 just in front of that, about to go down a lap. There's the second of the GT4 Caymans, and that's Caleb Patterson just in behind these GT3 Cup cars. So that's the 131 of John Beck, with the earlier 991.2 cars. So Beck is down in the 20th position. So we are 16 and a half minutes into the 1 hour. Who blinks first? Who pits on the pit lane window opening at 20 minutes? As we saw at Ruapuna, that in-lap and out-lap are crucial because the time pit stops are the same. You might see some tyre changes here. Might see some fuel as well. A couple of driver changes across the field with the 7, the 9 and the 88. So Jordan Mickles leads from Hugh Gardner, Steve Brooks, Jaden Ransley, Adam Julian, Vin Schelp, paired with Marco Schelp in that Porsche number 9 997 GT3 Cup car. Here's Adam Julian, former 1 hour series champ. Adam was the New Zealand 1 hour champion 2023 and might have a problem there because that was the Schelp Porsche going by very, very easily for 5th position. Julian looked to be slowing down there at the end of the front straight because next in the queue is the Dippy Mitre 10 Trade 992. So Adam Julian might have an issue here. Pretty sure Adam had an... Oh, they're definitely with an issue. The McDermott 86 off track. That, I think, is on the run up to 5 towards the hairpin. Or is that out into the last corner? A little bit hard to tell with that shot. So that's Scotty McDermott. The 2JZ turbocharged 86. Now, where is that? Can't see if that's on the run to 5 or 7. I think it's over at 5. But if it's just off the edge of the track, as the leaders clear Steve Scholes and the Janetta. So Scholes is 13th. He's chasing down Dwayne Carter for 12th. These are the leaders with the pit window not too far away from opening. About a minute and a half, and we do have a safety car just as the pit window was about to open again. Very, very similar to Ruapuna. Although this one shouldn't take too long for the extraction. So this is very, very similar to Christchurch 2 weeks ago with the safety car coming out within a minute. So it was probably a little bit later at Ruapuna, maybe 30 seconds or so, but it's right on the pit window opening for the compulsory pit stop. So what do we know here? You cannot take your pit stop on the safety car, all right? There's still 40 seconds left to go for the pit window to open. Definitely, absolutely cannot take the pit stop during the safety car. We saw this in the North Island with Nick Chester, who probably only mistimed it by maybe 10 seconds, if that. It might have been a little bit shorter than that even, but it was. They tried to fight the case post-race, but they looked back at the footage and all the cameras and the reports off the flag stations, and subsequently Nick was denied the win and disqualified. I think that was Hampton 2 from memory. Second round of the North Island series. So pit window is now open now. So 20 minutes has elapsed. We shouldn't see anyone come into pit lane because if they do, that's bad. Safety car is out. All right, so the McDermott 86 is coming in. Has it got damage to the right front corner? Potentially. So they didn't need to send anything out to recover it. So this should be a relatively short safety car. So what we saw at Ruapuna is that Jordan Mickles decided to pit straight off the back of the resumption when the safety car peeled off into pit lane. The slight oversight was they lost some time behind the safety car coming onto pit lane on a colder tyre, and subsequently the outlap wasn't as great either. So there was about a 6 to 7 second turnaround between Mickles and Hugh Gardner, who pitted after that but made a heap of time up on pit lane as we're back on pit lane with the McDermott 86. Might have been a mechanical issue because they're in around the gearbox area underneath the dash potentially there. I thought it looked like the right front was, just might be the bodywork on the car, but not a lot of sort of panic going on there with what's going on. Oh, the number one safety tool, the shifter, has gone to work. So no, it's not the gearbox. Something underneath the left-hand side of the dash, which is weird. I don't know if Nathan can see what's going on down there, but oh, it could be an oil fitting. Okay. There's a dry sump tank there in the left front corner in the footwell by the looks of it. So when in doubt, grab the shifter out. So number two safety tool. Number one safety tool is the hammer. Right, lights are out on the safety car as McDermott comes back out on track. So that was the reason for the safety car parked up on the side of the track.
So just a quick update from the lane. Talking to the team with the 86, they said they lost all ECU power. So they believe that they've tightened the nut and they'll be away going again. They should be good.
That was a very technical fix, Nathan, because the spanner that adjusted it was a shifter as McDermott's just pulled off the track again. Oh, that was a replay. Sorry, that was a replay. I was distracted there listening to Nathan's explanation. I was intrigued by the fact that they were doing the adjustment with a very big crescent. All right, so McDermott is still back out there. They wasn't going to bring out the safety car again. That was a replay of it just simply stopping. So it hadn't made contact with anything as we go back to green now. All right, so we got a little bit of lap traffic in amongst the leaders. So the Brooks riding Porsche has just cleared the Steve Scholes Audi. Ginetta. Take a breath, Jamie. Just get back on screen. Oh, Caleb Patterson Porsche. Okay, so that'll be the compulsory stop. All right, so Patterson has pitted. No fuel. Doesn't need tyres. Little GD4 cars will just keep going around and around every day. That, I think, is the 131 of John Beck potentially in behind it on pit lane as Caleb Patterson comes out. He's done a really good job already early. So that car won its class as Hugh Gardner's on pit lane. So Gardner is pitting now. Gardner is pitting. So this is a little bit of a reverse on what we saw at Ruapuna. So Jordan Mickles pitted. They're doing a tyre bleed on Jaden Ransley's Falcon down there. So Jaden's obviously taking his pit stop as well.
There's actually a wee bit of confusion going on down here in pit lane. Hugh Gardner missed his team.
Oh, no.
Signalling him to come in, and he drove straight past and then just fired into someone else's pit box. So the teams had to run up, and that's going to cost them time.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Dwayne Carter's in as well in the Lamborghini. Doing a little bit of a drink change there by the looks of it in a tyre bleed. Sensational looking race car. So the Trofeo, the current Trofeo sort of style car has that extra air vent up over the top of the roof. You don't see that with the Brazier Mag and Turbo or the Dale ITM GT3 cars in the 3 hour. So we saw one of these cars debut in the North Island round at Hampton Downs. So Dwayne Carter's back out of the pits. So Jordan Mickles will be your race leader, and he's just done his fastest lap of the race and the fastest lap of the race at a 57.2. So with Hugh Gardner pitting. Now with Hugh pitting not in his own pit box, has that cost him any time? He's back out on track. As the 86, that's an awkward place. So that's the run to through 6. So that little kink on the run down to 7. And I think the McDermott 86 might end up back on pit lane shortly, because that definitely looked like it was slowing. So Jordan Mickles leads from Steve Brooks, Martin Dippy. So the second car in this shot, the Mitre 10 Trade 992 Porsche Cup car, is third on track ahead of Paul Kelly, the 148 of Gary Derrick. The Bushel McFarlane Porsche is up into sixth. So that was, I just saw the Blake Knowles Porsche coming out of pit. So a lot of them have pitted. The Wolfbrook Porsche is now on pit lane. So that'll be a driver change for Bill Riding to get in the car. So Brooksy's in. All right, says the driver change for Bill Riding and Steve Brooks. Brooks out, Riding in. Oh, it's stalled. Or did he go to leave and the boys said, nah, timing-wise, no. I think that was just simply a stall. So we're waiting for the race leader to pit. Bill Riding comes out of the pit. Jordan Mickles. So we've still got 7 minutes. 7 minutes for the pit window to close. So you've got to get your pit stop done in the next 7 minutes. So Jordan Mickles, Martin Dippy, Alan Dippy, sorry, at the wheel. Certainly those in the first sort of top 6 notably. So Hugh Gardner as Mickles is now on pit lane. Mickles is on pit lane, so the leader is in. So what we're watching for here on the out lap is where Hugh Gardner is in relation. So in Christchurch, we saw the positions change. And I think some of that was the lost time going into the pits on the in lap, having pitted straight off the back of the safety car. So Jordan Mickles, that just simply looks like it'll be a tyre bleed. So that'll put the Mitre 10 Trade portion to the race lead, still to take a pit stop with... Sorry, it's longer than 7 minutes. I was the other way around. There's still 12 minutes left to go with the window. Okay. So we're 28 minutes in. So 12 minutes left to go for the pit window to close. So the Dippy Porsche is tied up in a little bit of traffic. This is David Rogers, Steve Scholes, and Caleb Patterson.
Just looking at that pit stop for the leader, Jordan Mickles, in the Mark car, he had to delay his pit exit for the GT4 of Russell Mackenzie coming out. So whether that's going to cost him a little bit of time on track may make the difference. But remember, we also have Hugh Gardner, who had his issues in the pit stop as well. So it may all just be fair and game now.
Okay, so we've got the leader on screen now, Nathan, and I can tell you he's got about a 5 to 6 second advantage over Gardner. So if anything, Gardner has lost that time on pit lane or an out lap. So Jordan has extended, because Gardner was parked right up underneath the rear wing, remember, before that pit stop cycle in the safety car. So Gardner has lost some time. Now he's got to play catch up. So that'll be worth watching, as we've got one of the TCR cars. That's the Seat. That is, which one's that one? I'm looking up and down my entry list here. The Cupra TCR, John Mackay, and the number 57 machine. So, race leader Jordan Mickles back out on track, still effectively with the race lead. The Mitre 10 Trade Porsche is the race leader, still with the pit stop to come. So, Mickles with how big of a gap over Hugh Gardner? 6 seconds. So that's what I thought it was as they came out. David Rogers is on pit lane in the 61. Now, I think David's lost a little bit of time earlier on the race. Didn't see if he'd gone off, but he certainly lost a little bit of time as the Schelt Porsche goes back past Caleb Patterson. That is for position 10th and 11th. And that'll be the 148 of Gary Derrick, who'll be in part of that battle as well. So 10th, 11th, 12th with a couple of cars still to pit up ahead. This car, race leader, still to take the compulsory pit stop. That will be with a driver change. Alan Dippy behind the wheel. Martin Dippy to get in. These two doing double duty. Stays out another lap. So the pit window still has 10.5 minutes left open. Still 10.5 minutes left open. My math wasn't working very well earlier on when I said 7 before Jordan pitted. Oh, the McFarlane Bushel Porsche is off track. LS Chev powered Porsche with the engine in the back, and that's made contact with something. Definitely right front corner, or that's just dug up all the grass and dirt when it's gone off potentially. Managed to continue on. All right, so the Bushel McFarlane Porsche, so they were up in the top 4 but hadn't taken a pit stop yet. All right, there's the riding Porsche. Steve Brooks started that car. They are 4th currently. This is the McFarlane Bushel Porsche, so they came in off that spin. See the dry sump tank in the centre of the car for the LS Chev in the back of it. It's a cool car to have a look at. You walk up behind expecting to see a flat 6 Porsche in it, and it's got a V8 LS-based engine in the back. It's a genuine ex-GT3 car, endurance car, not a cup car. It was actually at one stage an RSR endurance car. I can remember George McFarlane running that car in some of the earlier South Island rounds going back a few years. So not too much panic with the driver change going on there. Still to see the Mitre 10 Trade Porsche pitting. Still with the race lead. Jordan Mickles 2nd, Hugh Gardner 3rd. Gap is still around that 6-second mark, so Hugh's not making any major inroads at the moment, but just watching live at the back of the circuit, Jordan Mickles with a little bit of lap traffic to contend with Hugh Gardner with the headlights on chasing him. There is the Mitre 10 Trade Porsche. Still with the race lead, still to make a pit stop. It's the run out of, where was that? 2, 3 now, up to 4. So that's turn 4. That's where the house truck used to be on the right. Up to 5. Then you got this little run off 5. Well, do they still call it the hairpin? That run through 6 is a lot sharper than it looks on the track map. And then up to turn number 7, which is that's definitely a hairpin. Oh, a little bit of an oversteer moment there for Alan Dippy, the Mitre 10 Trade 992. So they continue on. Still to take their compulsory pit stop, and they've got about just over 6 minutes. So another 3 or 4 laps, you would expect them to come in and do their driver change. Compulsory pit stop. That's the Russell McKenzie Cayman GT4 RS, brand new race car that debuted in Christchurch. Oh, he's got his hands full here with the Wolfbrook Porsche, Bill Riding and Jaden Ransley. That's for position. 4 and 5 on track at the moment, but for the podium. And the Dippies won't be too far away from that with their pit stop to come up, but I think they'll be off the back of that battle group. So Riding and Jaden Ransley looking for that 3rd and final podium, chasing down Jordan Mickles and Hugh Gardner. That gap's still pretty stable between Mickles and Gardner. Oh, it's down to 5 seconds. Hugh's taken a little bit of time out of him in the last lap. Dippy continues on. Five minutes left to go. This is the McFarlane Porsche. So that was a rear lock-up. Where did it actually end up going off? So it had a little rear lock-up before that. So there's Riding and Ransley, 4th and 5th. Still waiting for the Dippy Mitre 10 Trade Porsche 992 Cup car to pit. Paul Kelly's in behind that Ransley riding battle. Here's Jordan Mickles. What's the gap this time back to Gardner? 5 seconds or 4.5. Last lap was a 57.77 for Jordan Mickles, 57.9 for Gardner. So it's around that 5-second mark. Jordan Mickles looking to hold on for a win here at his home track, home club. Got Dwayne Carter in between them now. This is Caleb Patterson. Caleb's currently in the 10th position, first of the GT4 Cup cars. Just looking at that shot with Jordan Mickles going through the last corner, there was a fair amount of debris to the outside of turn 7. All right, Dippy now should be in pit lane. The Mitre 10 Trade Porsche has pitted, driver change. That'll be Allen getting out. Allen getting in. So Martin must have started. So I think they're doing turnabout for the 3 hour and the 1 hour. Nathan?
Yeah, just confirming that it was Martin
it was
out
Martin.
and
Yeah,
Allen in.
I just figured that.
And these guys enjoy their motorsport, but they their driver change was pretty good. They didn't lose any time on their compulsory pit stop.
Where I think they were ruining that a little bit at Ruapuna, where they were sort of struggling in and out of the car with their driver change. So yeah, sorry, that was Martin that started the car. I think Allen's starting the 3 hour, so they've done the opposite thing for the 1 hour. So not too many driver changes in the 1 hour. All right, so that'll put Jordan Mickles back into the race lead. Where does the Mitre 10 Trade Porsche come back out in the mix? I think it's dropped in just behind Paul Kelly in 6. So they went a little bit longer. There is about 2.5 minutes for anyone that hasn't taken their compulsory pit stop. I see the Cooper TCR cars back on pit lane. That's for the second time in the last 10 minutes. So Jordan Mickles by 4.9 seconds over Hugh Gardner. Nathan?
Yeah, you would have just seen the Cooper TCR car of Mackay leaving the pit lane. Unfortunately, has to add to his woes because he has also been issued with a drive-through penalty as well.
Oops.
So he has to come back and serve that.
Oops. That's not gone well, as Jordan Mickles is clearing another one of the TCR cars. That'll be Pal Arnott, the number 17 Hyundai i30N TCR. Car prepared and run by the Paddon Rally Group. I think Hayden's on Australian duty this weekend. I'm not too sure where the rally is, but I saw some Facebook coverage of him last night signing autographs and getting ready for the event, and some onboard footage, I think, of the shakedown. So Hayden over in Australia this weekend, taking it to the Aussies with the Bates boys and the Toyotas. Jordan Mickles with their headlights ablaze and flashing, trying to clear Steve Scholes and the Janetta over at turn number 5. There's Hugh Gardner just in back a shot. So that gap is 4.8, 4.9 seconds. Last lap was a 57.8 for Mickles, 57.6 for Hugh Gardner. Mickles with the fastest lap of the race at a 57.246. Hugh Gardner, he's got the headlights flashing. So Hugh must have lost a little bit of time on pit lane. As Nathan said, actually overshot his own pit crew. So how they lost time, if they did, with that rather than the in or out lap, I'm not too sure. But Hugh is slicing and dicing through traffic. There, the gap's down to 3.6 seconds. Bill Riding's just done the car's best lap of the race in third at a 57.89. Then Jaden Ransley, Paul Kelly, Blake Knowles. Alan Dippy now behind the wheel of the Mitre 10 Trade 992. So I think Knowles might have just slipped by him in the last lap or so, up into 6th in the number 117 Mobile 1997 GT3. Busy down here on the main straight. The Bushel McFarlane LS Chev-powered Porsche. Clearing the 131 of John Beck. Didn't clear him, though, down into turn number 1. The genuine Porsche had a little bit more straight line. That's Scholes and Pal Arnett in behind. So 4 very, very different race cars. A Chev-powered Porsche, a Porsche-powered Porsche, a Chev-powered LS3 Ginetta, and a Hyundai 4-cylinder turbocharged TCR spec touring car. You won't see that too often anywhere else around the world other than the South Island of New Zealand and the North Island of New Zealand with the North Island Endurance Series, but more so down south here with the diversity and some of the very, very different engine combinations in some of these cars. All right, the pit window has now closed, so everyone should have taken their compulsory pit stop. That'll settle the order down and where we need to be. Jordan Mickles is your race leader. 3.2 seconds clear of Hugh Gardner, who's just done the fastest lap of the race at a 57.189, knocking on the 56-second window. So Hugh Gardner's on a bit of a charge. In third is this car, the Wolfbrook Motorsport 992 GT3 Cup car. Bill Riding now at the wheel. Steve Brooks started the race. Those two guys will be back at it in the 3-hour in their 888 Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2. So Bill Riding in the third position. He's got about a 3-second advantage over Jaden Ransley. Jaden's got about a 12-second advantage over Paul Kelly. Paul lost some time with an off a little bit earlier on and ended up on the grass a couple of times. Dropped them back, not quite to last, but again, a good recovery for Paul Kelly up inside the top 5. He finished on the podium at Ruapuna in the 1 hour. Then you go back to Blake Knowles, Alan Dippy, the Shelps in the 9, the 148 of Gary Derrick, and 10th will be Caleb Patterson in the first of the GT4 cars. 11th, Dwayne Carter on debut in the Lamborghini Hurricane GT3. So Bill Riding did an awesome job at Ruapuna a couple of weeks ago, holding off Ronan Murphy for the win in the Audi in the 3-hour. He's coming up to lap Dwayne Carter, the number 19 Lamborghini Hurricane Super Trofeo GT3. There's the gap for the lead. Jordan Mickles been hunted down by Hugh Gardner. Gardner put another 10th on him on the last lap. Let's see what the gap is this time. Jordan Mickles crosses the line. Hugh Gardner, the gap is down to within 2 seconds, 1.7 seconds. Hugh Gardner with the eyes on, chasing down the local. Jordan Mickles in the Mark II Mustang GT. Just on approach there to 2. The Mustang just looked a little bit unsettled, a little bit twitchy. The Porsche rolled through there beautifully. Little bit of exit oversteer out of turn 5 for Jordan Mickles on the run through 6. See how it gets out of the final corner. A lot of time to get around Teretonga. Sub-minutes, 57.2 last lap for Mickles, 57.1 for Gardner. Gap down to 1.7 seconds. Headlights flashing with lap traffic coming up for Mickles. Took a 10th back out of Hugh on that last lap. 57.5 versus a 57.6, so out to 1.8 seconds. But he's got to negotiate the lap traffic first. He's got the little Seat TCR car up ahead of Mackay. Oh, just picked him up awkwardly through 4 on the approach up to 5. It's cost him time. Here's Gardner, just about up underneath the rear wing, but likewise Gardner, he couldn't clear the Seat, little Cupra. So Gardner actually probably lost just about as much time, but he can definitely see Mickles. Now it's the David Rogers McLaren. Mickles looking to clear him on the inside. The McLaren won't be lacking for straight line speed. Mickles clears them both with lap traffic issues on that last lap. Gap now down to 0.9 of a second. 58.9 versus a 58 flat for Gardner, so definitely lost a little bit more time. Now, down here on the front straight, I've just seen a black flag, I believe, for the Norganics Protein Cayman GT4 of Caleb Patterson. Now, usually, that was waved at the car, so if it's not for him, drive-through penalty car 58. That's what I'm just seeing on the board. So that's actually Steve Scholes. I thought that was being waved at the Norganics car, so I need to keep an eye on that. But there is a number out and a black flag, drive-through penalty for Steve Scholes in the 58 Ginetta GT4. So may not have been, I don't think it was for Patterson, but I saw the black flag waving as Patterson went by. But Scholes might not have actually been that far behind him on tracks, so I just missed seeing the Scholes car go through. So again, black flag's gone back out. Where is Scholes? Just trying to scope out the racetrack. He is on pit lane, so he's taking the drive-through now. So was either a pit lane speed infringement or something else has happened on pit lane to get that drive-through. So the Scholes Ginetta. Any ideas what's going on there, Nathan? You got race radio in your ear? See if we can get Nathan to give us an update on that one. It'll be any number of things, but I saw the black flag initially waving right in front of Caleb Patterson, but it wasn't for him, it was for Scholes. What did you hear on race radio, Nath?
Mate, I heard that it was for PPE for crew members, so it seems to be a very common occurrence today. They're being hard and fast on it, but at least the safety of our crew and team members is at the forefront of the officials.
Okay, so it wasn't a pit lane speeding infringement or anything else. It was just simply one of the crew members or some of the crew members have not had the right safety equipment on. Okay, bit of an oversight there from the Scholes team as the Shelp Porsche just had a huge slide, and he's right in between the leader who's just lapped the dippy Porsche, Jordan Mickles, and Gardner's just cleared the number 9 Porsche now. Gap back out to 2.2 seconds, so Mickles has extended. Must have got a little bit of a gain in some of the lap traffic because Hughes definitely dropped back. He was within 0.9 of a second a couple of laps ago. So Jordan Mickles right now seems to have things under control. There is still 12 minutes left to go here. So lap traffic definitely proving to be a factor, as we've come to expect with the 1 hour series in the big fields. Probably not so dramatic as we saw in Christchurch, because Christchurch Ruapuna is a little bit bigger, but there was certainly some lap traffic issues for the leaders. Here at Teretonga, and one of the cool things one of the old heads said to me back in the day about this place and even Timaru was the fact that it's so small and it's like flying an F-16 in a gymnasium. That's what they compared it to, because other than the front straight here, you're in a corner the whole time for the rest of the lap. And that rest of the lap's only about 25 or 30 seconds. So gap back down to 1.3 seconds. It was 2.2. So Gardner just chopped the big chunk of time out. Last lap 58.8 versus a 58.0. So Gardner took 8 tenths out of him as Mickles clears Scholes down into turn number 1. I think that's the Shelp number 9 just up ahead of the Evolution Motorsport Mark II Mustang GT. Gaps back out to 3.5 seconds. So Mickles 57.4, Gardner 59.6. So Gardner's tripped over a lapped car somewhere and lost a bunch of time. So Gardner got caught up in lap traffic somewhere, because that's the biggest lead that Jordan Mickles has had for the last probably 7 or 8 laps. Just over 10 minutes left to go. Bill Riding still in third there in the Wolfbrook Audi. Being chased by Jaden Ransley, Paul Kelly and Blake Knowles. Riding just up the inside of the David Rogers McLaren GT4. So that's the 570 GT4 spec car. Caleb Patterson's just in behind him. So Patterson back in 10th, still leading Class 3. It's the first of the GT4s. So Jordan Mickles, gap back down to 2.6 that time. So Gardner, last lap was a 57.6, Mickles a 58.5, so nearly a second difference. So Gardner's got the pace, he just hasn't had a lot of luck with lap traffic in the last 10 minutes. 2.6 seconds is the gap, back to the race leader. Mickles and Gardner will be getting very, very sore arms with how much they're having to flash the headlights. I was nearly going to say carpal tunnel, but it'll be something like that. They'll be starting to get cramp in their indicator hands, but it'll be a button on the steering wheel more than anything. No indicator stalks on these race cars. 2.4 seconds. Gardner took another 2 tenths out of him on that last lap, but Mickles has got lap traffic, and you've got to try and pick it. Oh, Mickles is off. Mickles has gone off. He's just run it a little bit too deep. He's slid off. Or has he got a bigger drama? No, I think that's gone off out of necessity rather than because that stopped. It's like almost like he's trying to reset the car. So he almost had it stopped, turn it off, turn it on again, but he just, he can't get off the race, can't get on the racetrack. He's 90 degrees. Oh, that is ugly. That is ugly. Caleb Patterson just managed to clear him. Jordan was just in the most awkward spot. The car getting to, Patterson's off. I think Patterson might have made contact with the tyre wall. Well, there's a bit going on here in the last couple of minutes. Is that some damage to the left front corner potentially on the Patterson car? Did it get the tyre wall, or is that just... It was a little bit hard to see, but Jordan Mickles out of the race lead. That puts Hugh Gardner comfortably in the race lead. Mickles back to 4th. Steve Brooks-Bill riding now up into 2nd. Jaden Ransley 3rd in the Professionals Falcon Super Tourer. So what happened to Jordan Mickles there? That was bizarre. Oh, Steve Scholes in the background's gone off. So there's lots going on here in the last couple of minutes. Mickles didn't make the turn out of 2, went straight to the grass, stopped, pulled it up. It almost looked like a reset where he's turned it off, turned it on again. Another one off. I think that's the 148 of Gary Derrick. I think. Or is it the 131 of John Beck? Just the 2 cars are relatively similarly coloured. I'm keeping an eye on the safety car out of the left-hand side of the commentary position. So Hugh Gardner's now out to a massive 59-second lead over Billy Riding in the Wolfbrook Porsche. So Jordan Mickles issues as that car's come back out on track that was parked up, so it doesn't bring out the safety car. I think it was the 131 of John Beck, and Mickles is on pit lane, so... What's going on there, Nathan? Have you got anything?
Yeah, mate. Look, Jordan Mickles in the marked cars had to do a drive lane penalty for his re-entry onto the racetrack. It was deemed to be unsafe, so the officials have acted on it very swiftly, so it doesn't affect the results after the race.
Wasn't, to be fair, in the first part of it, a lot he could do about it trying to get back on track, but then at that stage he's then pulled out in front of a couple of cars, so I can sort of see where that sort of stands. Okay, so Mickles has had to do a drive-through for that unsafe rejoin. That's put him a lap down now to Hugh Gardner, and that's how we see it on screen. So Gardner, like he did in Ruapuna, looking to take the win here, but it's definitely been aided by an issue for Jordan Mickles. And if Nathan's listening, I don't know if you can find Jordan's boys, and maybe just Jason Lefting might have an idea of exactly what it's gone on with that. But I think maybe he's shut it down, gone off track, and done a reset and tried to rejoin afterwards. But it was a little bit of a weird one. Right, how long have we got left to go? Just over 5 minutes. So I think that was the 131 of John Beck that was off a little bit earlier on with that Dayglow orange and black Porsche to the back of the car looking towards us. So that's definitely dropped down the order. I'm just trying to see here. So Derrick's up in the 11th position. So apologies for the Gary Derrick followers. That was so Gary's still up in the 11th position. So Gardner riding Ransley as we watch Porsches battling all over the joint here. So this is Knowles, Dippy and the Shelps, 6th, 7th and 8th. So that is for position. 9th is Dwayne Carter. He's a lap down on this group in the Lamborghini. But some of these Porsches have been having a whale of a time out there today. So Gardner riding Ransley. Kelly back up to 4th. He was 17th or 18th. He's not going to make the 3rd unless Jaden Ransley has a problem. Excuse me. Jaden Ransley has a problem. As Martin Dippy's cleared the Knowles Porsche now for 6th. 7th will be Shelp, 8th Knowles, 9th Carter, 10th Caleb Patterson, and the first of the GT4s in Class 3. So Class 2, it'll be, who's the best in Class 2? Blake Knowles, I think, at the moment. Knowles and Vince Shelp, Marco Shelp, they're actually in a battle for position and class for Class 2. 7th and 8th. Paul Kelly, well, similar to Ruapuna, he's had to drive back through the field to salvage something out of it. He finished on the podium there, dropping right back through the field. He did the same thing here at Teretonga. He was back in like 17th, 18th, 19th position. He's back up into 4th. Great drive from PK, and he's got to get out of that and hand it back over to Caleb Natoa. Nathan. Nathan, I can hear you.
Just had a quick chat with Jason Lefting, who's engineering the Jordan Mickles Mark car. He said he just came out of the turn one and it started to have a bit of a cough and then it stopped completely, just engine out. So he pulled off, restarted it and just got underway, and unfortunately the conditions he could not get traction on the wet grass with the slick tyres.
Yeah, okay, so it was the thing shut down. That's what I thought. I don't know if he'd done the sort of restart, turn it off, turn it on again thing, but he literally actually had to restart it because it just simply shut down. That was bizarre. Oh well, advantage Hugh Gardner. Thank you, Nathan. All right, what do we got? 2 minutes. 2 minutes left to go in this second 1 hour of the day. We'll take a little break off the back of this one. We'll get Nathan doing some interviews down there with our top 3, which at the moment is Hugh Gardner, Brooks riding in the Porsche, Jaden Ransley in 3rd. And I won't say I told you so, Nathan, but I did pick Hugh Gardner, just quietly. Honestly, I think Jordan may have had him covered, but it would have been very, very interesting to the end of that if it hadn't had what happened to it. So Hugh Gardner with 1.5 minutes left to go in this 1 hour for classes 1, 2 and 3. Second round of the South Island Endurance Series here at Teretonga Park, brought to you by Brazier Scaffolding and Allied 24/7 Petroleum. Hugh Gardner started 3rd, now with the race lead. Spent the majority of the race chasing down Jordan Mickles. Jordan led early to the pit stops, came out leading, then actually had the car shut down, start coughing out of turn 1 on the approach to 2. He's run it off track as it just stopped, and then he's had to restart it and get it back up and running. And with the unsafe rejoin, he's also had to take a drive through. So, yeah, not gone to plan for hometown favourite Jordan Mickles, but in the midst out of all of that, a very, very happy Hugh Gardner, the Car Wash King. Timaru Porsche 991.2 MR. Last lap board, I think, is out now on the start-finish line. It definitely is. It's a nifty little one that rotates. That's a good one. So Hugh Gardner looking for victory to make it 2 wins from 2 starts down in the South Island. Got the very experienced Todd Bickerton engineering the car. I'm sure Dad Sid's down there in the pit lane as well. Peter Sprague, one of the Timaru connection. Oh, David Rogers. David Rogers now stopped. It's got it back up and running. That's down through the southern loop in turn number 1. So, geez, there was just a little hint of a possible safety car coming out there right at the end. We are on the last lap. We're just over the hour mark. Hugh Gardner out of the final corner and hugs it up against the pit wall with the headlights flashing. Hugh Gardner will take victory. 2 wins from 2 starts in the South Island Endurance Series for classes 1, 2 and 3 1 hour. Car Wash King Timaru, Porsche 991.2 MR, does it easily in the end, but had a fight on his hands up until Jordan Mickles went off. Unlucky there for Jordan Mickles. Second will be the Wolfbrook Porsche, Steve Brooks and Bill Riding. And third, Jaden Ransley. Jaden Ransley will take out, should be Class 2 actually for Jaden Ransley, first of the Class 2s. I missed that with going down the order. So Class 2 will be taken out by Jaden Ransley, third overall. Paul Kelly, fourth. Jordan Mickles salvages fifth. Martin and Alan Dippy, sixth. Marco Schelp, Vin Schelp, 7th and 2nd in Class 2. 8th, 117, Blake Knowles in the Mobile 1 Class 2 997 GT3 Cup car. So there's confirmation on the screen. Gardner, Brooks Riding, Ransley and Kelly, your top 4. Go back to Jordan Mickles, the Dippy Mitre 10 Trade Porsche. Just outside of the 10, the Derek Porsche 148. Pal Arnott, now I'm pretty sure Pal will take out the TCR category. But taking out Class 3 overall should be Caleb Patterson in the Cayman GT4 RS. Well, mind you, he had a slight off later on in the race too. So, but lost only a little bit of time there. So that was a bit of fun, that one. There was a fair bit going on with that one. Problems for Adam Julian and the Patterson Audi. So not a good race for the Audis in the 1 hour here at Teretonga, with thanks to Brazier Scaffolding and Allied 24/7 Petroleum. The Car Wash King Porsche lines up behind the number 1. Brooks riding Porsche number 2. And Jaden Ransley with a massive effort in third in the Professionals Signature Homes Falcon. Hughes looking pretty relaxed there. Not a hard day in the office for the Car Wash King of Timaru.
I'll just let these boys have a bit of a celebration because these guys have raced hard today. Wait for them to get their helmets off.
Nathan, I reckon lap traffic was one of the defining factors for Hugh. He was busy with that lap traffic, man.
Hugh, mate.
Nathan, how are you, mate?
Good. Great race. Didn't all go your way.
Nah, these things don't sometimes. Yeah. I don't know what happened to Jordan. Like, Jordan's a great competitor, and I was actually really looking forward to racing him. My car was starting to get strong. We look after our tyres very well, and then he just don't know what happened to him. So bad luck to him, but I'll take the win. I love winning, and had a lot of energy today. 30 grams of protein in a can, and just fueled me up.
I don't know what they put in the water in Timaru, mate, but they also make you grow. Hey, well done. We'll see you at Highlands.
You will indeed. I can't wait. I'll be there.
Congratulations, mate.
And thanks to all the fans and all the other competitors that have come out. It's been a phenomenal weekend of racing at Teretonga here in Invercargill, and thanks to everybody who came out and made it happen.
Thanks, Hugh. Appreciate it. Well done, mate. We'll head over to P2 and catch up with Steve.
How are you, mate?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Steve Brooks and Bill Riding.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Congratulations. Steve, you started in the car. How was it? It was still a little bit wet when you went out, but what do you reckon?
Mate, it was a bit sketchy. It was over in turn 5 and 6. There was a few puddles. Came out the first corner, getting completely sprayed, car sideways, going, oh, this is going to be a hairy exercise. I was hoping to get the quickest lap, but I think it dried out enough for old Billy here just to pit me. So with that competition, that's almost worth more than the P2 here. So a bit disappointed in that, but we'll see if we get him in the 3 hour.
All good. And Billy, how was the car when you got in? Did he actually give you a decent car, or did he use the tyre up before you got in?
Yeah, really good car, both from Steve and the team at James Marshall Motorsport. we couldn't do it without those boys. They played it all up for us. All we have to do is get in and steer. So, yeah, mate, it was in top condition and everything went well. Stay out of the wet, which was a little bit tricky to do. Work with all the other guys who are out there battling as well. Gentlemen on the track, thank you very much for being great components. And, yeah, we look forward to seeing everybody in the 3 hour in the next round.
Perfect. Good luck, guys. Go rehydrate. I know you've got a busy afternoon. We'll quickly jump in and just say thanks and congratulations. Jaden Ransley. Cheers, mate. We had this chat before the race, and I think you made the right call.
Yeah, for sure. No, it was good. A bit hairy early in the race. We got a great start and went from 6th to 3rd at turn 1, and then pretty much just managed the old taxi from there, really. It's a bit older than these new cars, so it's just trying to save the tyre, and we did that really well to be busting out the times that we did at the end of the race to be staying with Steve and Bill. So awesome race, really happy. Huge thanks to Reese for the opportunity to drive the car, and yeah, it's been a great weekend.
Congratulations, P3 in the 1 hour, mate. Go and rest up and enjoy the 3 hour. Back to you, Jamie.
Thank you, Nathan. All right, so that's going to not wind us up. We will be back with the 3 hour, so let's have a look at some highlights here. It was a very, very busy 1 hour, lots of traffic to contend with. And I think the reason for the first safety car was the red flag that come out, was the Audi going off. Actually, that was the McFarlane Bushel Porsche going off. So there was a bit of an exchange going in there with a few cars. Oh, might have copped a little assist down there. Still quite a few puddles in that. It just, exited stage left. Might have just got a little bit wide off the exit and dropped the right rear off into the curb and fired it down onto the grass. So that was the reasoning for the McFarlane Bushel Porsche going off. So Jordan Mickles looked like he had things under control. There was lots of lap traffic for both himself and Hugh Gardner. And they'll both have carpal tunnel or cramp after how many times they've had to hit the button to get through lap traffic. Likewise, the Brooks Riding Porsche as well was pretty busy on the button. Down into turn number 1. This will be another replay of an off, I think, on the long shot. There's a fair bit happening over on that run from 2, 3, 4 and 5. That would have been, I think, that 131 Porsche just going off maybe on the outside there. Would have been some great battles right through this field. Dwayne Carter will be pretty happy with his debut with this brand new race car for the Carter family. Looking forward to seeing that car down at Highlands Motorsport Park. So this is when Jordan Mickles went off. He was in front, holding onto the lead. As Jason Leifting, his engineer, said, the car coughed and then just lost power on the run through 2 and 3. Got it off track to restart it. And then at this stage is when he nearly got the thing stuck, but I think it'll be that was the issue for the drive-through, where it's actually ended up with Caleb Patterson. I don't know if Patterson made contact with the tyre wall, because he was leading. Is there damage to that left front corner? Is that just part of the aero and the splitter on the front of those Caymans? It's a little bit hard to see, but it would have been the right side of the car if it did get into the tyre wall that was the issue anyway. It was another spinner. There was the 131 going around. Some fantastic class battles for the top 6 and 7. A little bit of nose to tail going on there with Blake Knowles and the Dippy Mitre 10 Trade Porsche as well. But out of it, Hugh Gardner taking the victory in the 1 hour for classes 1, 2 and 3. We're going to take a little break now, and we will be back off the back of the lunch break with our 3 hour here on Pits TV on the Facebook page and the YouTube channel and the South Island Endurance Facebook page.